Second AL Rebel Decibel. I think you're the first. Good morning, bro. How's it going? My man. My man. Good morning, sir. Just finished some racing. Racing? You mean in your own car? Oh, a game, okay. Okay, with steering wheel. I see. Oh, cool. I always wanted to do that as a kid. I thought that was the coolest thing. I played a lot of Need for Speed, and I was like, oh, I would have loved to play this with like some actual steering wheel. Super nice, yeah. How much is one of these steering wheels? How much do you have to invest to get like a really good one? Is it $100 or is it more? Probably more than $100, alright. I want to try it together with VR someday. Really? Oh, 200, okay. Seems awfully high. Is it not? Morning. Always lags. Good morning, bro. Hello there. So, guys, yesterday I went over the entire skill tree and fixed all of over the entire abilities of stream, and I fixed mostly all of them in terms of stats. Now, it doesn't mean they all work in terms of coding, but most of them should now use the proper stats. That was a long ride, man. If you want force feedback and shit, then yes. I see, so you need to invest that much. I get it. Still a lot, though, I have to say. Memes. Let's look at some memes. Cakes and chat pair programming, I saw that. You know, guys, what I think is happening here? I think Discord is giving me a lower bandwidth. Because I don't have a Discord Pro or whatever that is. I think that's what's happening. Because my internet is working perfectly fine. Every single website is loading normally, except for Discord. Think about it. And they advertise the shit out of their Nitro or something like that. My server doesn't have Nitro, it's not boosted at all. So what I'm thinking is that internally, because there's like nothing going on, this is so slow. Like they do this on purpose so that you invest money into them. I visited a friend of mine who has a kind of airplane simulator at home. All the tools, throttles and so on, 4 screens. That's so cool. Unfortunately, way too expensive. That sounds expensive. Yeah, 4 screens. Holy shit. That's like probably more than €1,000 at all, right? React to Asmongold reacting to this cake. So this is a meme, right? Never seen him this mad. You've never seen me this mad. Yeah. This was when he tried to get his he has a team, esports team. Hello, Real Superco. Good morning. He has a oh, I wanted to test something, guys. Apparently Abev did on-screen animation with sound. Let's see.
Cakez 77 fired up a celebration, also saying text emotes null.
Am I so out of touch?
I see.
No.
Anonymous is gifting 1 subs to the community.
Hello, Cupertino. Good morning, bro. How's it going? That's a nice kiss. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. And Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Putin's Vodka. Goodness. Hope you guys have a good day, guys. Good morning. Cakes, smiley face. Hello there, Major Who. Good morning. That's cool. It works, Mr. Abev. Abev edited so that we can have sounds together with the on-screen celebration. Unfortunately, I don't think you can't write a message, can you? You can only do on-screen celebration and search for an emote and then unleash the celebration. So you can't really, and it says null where the emote is, so probably it doesn't get the emote yet, the correct emote.
Cakez 77 fired
Plasky,
up a
thank you very much for
celebration,
following.
also saying text emotes null.
Text emotes null. Okay, he's probably trying to get text emotes dot null or something, which is the wrong one, but that's fine, I guess. He can't really test it. Okay, so clown starting to... What the fuck is this? Today at 6 AM, what is this?
What'd you say?
I'm your Uber driver. Get in.
I didn't order an Uber.
Got one now.
Accept free Uber, decline offer, and leather gloves.
I'm good, bro.
Oh my fucking god! Get the hell in!
Skyrim is great. I'm an Uber driver. Good morning, Cakez. Good morning. I'm here to learn from your copious mistakes. Okay, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can learn a lot from my mistakes. I do a lot. That's true. 100%. Good morning, guys. Hello, Lolboy. Good morning. So I've heard some feedback from CS getting its name. They are killing ICQ on 26th this month, by the way.
Esport, Twitch, online casino.
Listen, I like counter-terrorist forces myself. Methinks it's a bit long. I think Counter-Strike is pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike it is.
Turn on your faucet every night and never turn it off. Add bleach to the food and throw it in the forest.
Like counter-terrorist forces myself. Methinks it's a bit long. I think Counter-Strike is pretty cool. So, okay, so they over ICQ, which was, you know, the messaging program. Hello, my man, what the fuck? Hello, collector of stuff. Good morning. Just a great way to do another, yeah. Anyways, this is them talking over ICQ, which was like the chatting program back then. What they want to name their game. Counter-terrorist forces was a bit weird, and they called it Counter-Strike then, which worked very well. Good day. Hello, Shady11. Good day. And Iffy, good morning, guys. Good morning, bro. Cakez, you're attending Toxicon. Is that an actual thing? Hello, Ken. Good morning on YouTube. Hello there. Is that an actual thing? So, I heard feedback from Inukai on YouTube that the Reacts take up too much time. And I don't get much into the programming. I want to hear you guys' feedback. Now, obviously, streams go one way or the other, right? And so I'm just trying my best to do interesting stuff, right? That is also interesting to me. I like the React. Agree with Inukai, Nails. Yeah, stop reacting. Nobody cares about your clown takes. So, like... You say that, but I don't think you mean that, because I think... So here's what I think. I agree with Inukai as well, okay. It's a bit long, but I think I should not stop doing it. 1 or 2 reacts doesn't hurt as a warm-up, yeah, I think so too. Like 1 hour of react and going into programming would feel better balanced. This is what I actually am trying to do, yeah. I like your react, yeah, good to know, thank you, appreciate it. I dislike the dislike ratio on last react. Yeah, like, I can totally understand. Like, I'm just gonna get used to that because people don't really take value from someone that has not released the game yet. But I'm just gonna keep on doing it because it's mostly subscribers that... it's mostly subscribers that have been there for a long time, I think, that dislike the stuff. I don't even know what the dislike ratio is. Let me check. But at the end of the day, if it's a net positive at the end, then it's fine. And it's also something that is interesting to me. So I don't really I don't wanna stop, like really, to be honest. I don't wanna stop it. Just because, like, let's say 5 or 6 people don't like it. Okay, fine. I wonder when the pellets ball is gonna get fade out. I will see. I mean, it is definitely difficult to sit on it for a long time. You have to, like, hold up your body, right? The more important question, what do you like? Yeah. Bro, I'll be honest, I will complain regardless of what you do. I know that, I know. But Shade11 is right here. "51 likes and 32 dislikes, holy." The animal one is a little bit worse at the moment, but we'll see how it goes over time. I think the dislike ratio on that is... But no one really gave me feedback on that, right? They just dislike it and didn't write a comment, so can I really take that as valid criticism? I don't think so. So if you're just gonna dislike it, okay, fine. But how about you tell me what you don't dislike, what you dislike about it, so that I, you know, can improve upon that. So it really doesn't do anything, because at the end of the day, the video was still performed very well. So to me, that's a well-performing video. As Pirate Software says, dislike just helps with the algorithm. Yeah, that's also true. I know. Yeah. If people get really triggered about something, then it's just called engagement, right? So yeah. And if, like, there was one person that gave me actual feedback, who I answered, which was Inukai and some other guy, who said that they came here for the game, and now the latest videos have all been reacts. You know, that this is lazy content.
Oh, shit,
and to that
I'm
I can
sorry.
only say, well, that's the stuff.
Nice.
Anyways, that's the stuff that I am able to do at the moment, because of the time that I have to invest into, you know, my baby, essentially, and 2 jobs, so I can feed my family. And also, someone was abused there, yeah. And also, at the same time, for me, this is more interesting than sitting here the entire stream just coding. And I noticed that it is more interesting to you guys as well. Just from the reception, I think 1 hour of React is good, and then doing something else. Right? I would love to split my stream into like small little parts that I can then upload. And it's just a matter of fact that the devlogs about my game didn't find any attention. And so why would I keep doing them? You know how much time invested that is? That is just going down the drain. Like, I have to think smart, you know? And so, while some people don't like that, I can totally respect that. I can't change for everyone else, and I won't. When's the baby popping out? I think in 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks. Something like that. I'm excited. Really excited. So yeah, I think the React stuff is good. I think I see you guys talking in the chat, so we are having a good time. So you said that 2 weeks ago? Stream the baby being born? I don't say, no, absolutely not, brother. Alright. But I will show you the what is it called? What is it called? The baby room. I will show you the baby room. Knees are heavy, palms are sweaty, baby's popping. Okay. I hate seeing coders coding for prolonged periods of time. It sends the wrong message. You're right, Cakez. React content is good. What do you mean by it sends the wrong message? I don't think it sends the wrong message at all. Prolonged periods of time of coding is okay. But I think as a streaming thing, it doesn't really work out. Now think about Soding. Soding comes online with something he wants to do, probably researched a bit beforehand, and then he goes through exactly what he wants to do in a short period of time, ultimately reaching 1.5 at most 2 hours. Most of the time for what he wants to do. and then he has about 1 hour to 2 hours worth of recording. Maybe he cuts here and there a little bit. That ultimately is an entire idea of a video, already a video, and he can just upload that to YouTube. That's what he does. He's pure coding in that sense. But I'm not coding. I'm just not a file fed like that, you know? And I'm also not interested in these crazy technical things. What I could maybe do is, you know what we do with Minecraft and Jay already. That's what I like doing, right? We learned about seeding yesterday, or a little bit, we did, right? We don't have a seeding function. Souding got me into Haskell. Then he abandoned it, son of bitch. Make a video about blending modes. I could make a video about lighting and bloom, yeah. That's when you say you want to devlogs, does that include tutorials as well? What I'm saying here is that until I can pay someone that is reasonably fast with videos on YouTube, I won't do devlogs because I don't have the time to invest into them, and the return about my game, at least about my game, the time invested just takes too long. That's just how it is, and so I won't change that because I don't have the time. My family is more important than a devlog that takes about 5 to 6 hours for, like, let's say 1 day to create, or 10 hours sometimes, that will get 400 views and no engagement at all. It's cool to show off the process or progress of my game, but I thought that what I want to do is ultimately a start from like a video from start to finish, like the creator of a difficult game about climbing did. That feels like a really cool journey, and for me that would be like a very long video where I go through the entire stages of development of my game. I think that's what I plan on doing in the future. Make YouTube's 30-second shorts. I'm doing shorts already. I just didn't publish the shorts that I've made yet. I have quite a few shorts already done. Yes, I do. When you finish the game in 7 years. No, it's not gonna be 7 years.
Hello, Cakez.
How about this react? See some old Randy vlog and remind yourself what makes YouTube content really fun and popular. Can't compare that. Can't compare that. Actually tried doing that, did it kinda badly. I'm not Randy, I am myself. I have my own, how do you say that? I have my own nicks and crannies, I have my own personality. He has his own personality, while yes, I could go for the same style. I did more or less exactly that. Didn't really work out for me. Like, I have my own style. And fact is that my game needs a lot more work beforehand. Hello, guten Tag. Hello there, Laurencio. Long time no see, bro. Hope you're doing good. It's not about style, it's about reflection upon yourself. I do that all the time, bro. I think, for example, yesterday I was a little bit... like, what I'm doing right now is reflecting upon myself. I'm always reflecting upon... like, for example, yeah, I do this right now. Reflecting upon myself will not help me. Or watching a Randy video will not help me reflecting upon myself. I've done that in the past. What I need to do is take a look at my videos. You know, I need to look at my videos and see where I go good, where I do well, and where I do bad. And then think about, okay, well, what can I improve here? It won't help me to look at Randy because he has his own journey, his own, like, viewership, let's say that, right? Obviously there's overlap when you do games, right? Especially if there's Jay. Like, for example, what I know in my case, the most popular videos that I made is, for example, the Jay video, right? But then I made another video in Jay that got like 1/4 of the views. So what I seem to be, the popular videos of mine seem to be where I try out a new language and do something in it. But these videos, ultimately, they take like 20 to 30 hours to make. For example, Minecraft and Jay. How much time did we invest? We have about 5 to 6 episodes now, each being at least 1 to 2 hours long. So that's already 10 hours invested, right? So that's 10 hours of investment, and then you need to go through the 10 hours of recording and turn that into a video. That's another 10 hours or 5 hours at least, because you have to watch the 10 hours and find interesting parts in there, right? It just doesn't seem he thought at all about, oh, how can I be more successful, etc. He just enjoyed shit coding, etc. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. If he didn't care about at all being successful, he wouldn't have edited his videos. What are you talking about? He edited his videos to be more successful. He wanted them to be the most entertaining videos so that he gains the most traction. What are you talking about? If you don't care, you just upload a video without a thumbnail. Huh? Oh, I stop here. No, like... you don't get the point? No, I think you don't get the point, actually, because you don't create content. And he always abandoned the ship when things got a little tough. No, he's not abandoning. He's still working on his game. What are you talking about? He's still working. It's just a difficult ride. Everyone has their own journey. Like he has a demo version out right now. So to me that shows that he's making progress. They are joking, Cakez? Huh? Anyways, hello Free Time Development. Good morning. You silly Willy. I must admit, I would like to see Cakez take a few more slightly longer breaks during streams for his own good. Unlike Cakez, who stuffs out a bunch of bananas again, I must admit I would like to see take a few more slightly longer breaks during streams. I only stream for like 4 to 5 hours. There's not much space for extended breaks, Ashnobs. Not sure what you mean. Hey, Free Time Development. How many sales do you have on your game, bro? How's your tower defense game selling? And how long is the median playtime? Can we talk about that really quickly? I'm interested in that. So yesterday, guys, we watched a video about a game failing on Steam, right? You guys remember that? I think I can take a look really quickly. And in that sense, by the way, I was also researching something. What the creator of Stardew Valley said in a Q&A on Reddit. But essentially, I think it was playlists and then watch later. Yeah.
Over the past year or so,
Not this. No, stop. Yeah, how much my Steam game made in 1 month, right? And in the video, this guy was talking about the median playtime. Let me find that. Over here. In the video, we saw the median playtime of 54 minutes, right? And then we went over to, what was it again? Statistics, Pogo, Pogo Stuck, median play time. Oh, it was the green one. But in Real Superku said that it is 2 hours for him, right? So that, like, why do I say that? Well, because we took a look at Vampire Survivors. And that game has a median playtime of 17 hours. So we can assume that a Real Superku said for him it's about 2 hours. For him it was 50 minutes. And so we can assume that while this might not be perfectly correct, it is a good indication of how the median playtime could potentially be for the game. And you can see that I find that crazy, that this is 17 hours compared to like 50 minutes. And so I would say, like, if you compare yourself to a very successful game and you see 50 minutes, I wouldn't be happy about that. Let's see, Stardew Valley. How much does Stardew Valley have? Median playtime. Wow. 22 hours. Damn. Let's take a game that is not that successful. But still like medium successful, right? I find that interesting. Lolboy says 3 to 5 minutes. I guess you could say it's stop brain overload during stream. You mean when it gets difficult to code? Bro, can we see some programming? You're yapping a lot. Shut the fuck up. Wait, you just caught Cakez in a trap. He said Rebel Decibel doesn't know shit because he doesn't make content. Therefore, Cakez doesn't know shit about releasing games because he hasn't released one, yet he gives opinions. I don't know anything about releasing games because I haven't released a game. However, I have released a demo version on Steam, so you're wrong there. I have released a game and got feedback about the game. And the demo version is still out there to be downloaded. So that, in that sense, I did release something about my game, so you're wrong there. However, I have no experience of actually releasing and selling a game. However, I do have experience with content in games and having a visual theme for your game. And I have a feeling for what makes a game interesting and not that interesting. And these are just facts. Like, I don't have to have released a game for these to be true. You know, for example, if you see a game and you can obviously see that something visually is wrong with the game, that's like a factual statement. And if it's underlined by, let's say, the reviews and the feedback for the game, that makes it even more strong as a point, right? Give me a second. Ja. Du kannst jetzt. My wife needs to make her egg. She tries to eat an egg a day, you know, for the vitamins. And eggs are good, by the way. These are free-range eggs. They're fucking expensive, you know. You mean, yeah, so I think this is a good idea, Ash and Hops. It took me roughly 25 hours to beat Pogostock. Cake, what's a median? Median excludes the extremes. So essentially, it's just the on average. No, not like average, but it's median. We had that in math. Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb, but that's a huge game. Make demo equals release game. I never said that. Check last epoch, Cakez. To be fair, there's a high amount of burp you release. Okay. Maybe Rebel Decibel doesn't have to make content then in order to judge content. No, I'm actively making a game. What are you talking about? If I was talking about games and I have never touched making a game, I could totally understand you guys. But that's not the case, bro. And I'm always fact-checking with people that are more experienced with me. I'm always trying to validate my opinion because, like, I'm not 100% sure, right? So that's why I ask people that are more smarter than me, right? So, for example, I was trying to figure out how much marketing the Stardew Valley developer did, right? And so that's at most what I could find. I like any indie developers who are genuine in pursuing their passion. I don't like when developers focus on hype and marketing rather than making a good game. If I see a bad indie title, it just makes me want to double down on being low-key, direct and honest with my audience. You know? And so, this is basically just the point that I have too. So I think focusing on making a really good game is the best thing you could do. Now you say he didn't make his marketing, right? But you need to have proof when you make that assumption. I can't just say that. You know, I can't just say that he didn't do any marketing when he never went on record saying that stuff. I need to quote him to be correct, to be factually correct. Now, I'm pretty sure that he did say that in interviews. Well, if you could pull out that would be awesome, because I think that this is actually the right thing to do, because We've seen that, you know. Other people talk about that too. The median is just the middle point. It includes extremes 2 cakes, but then that would be the average. IRC is sorted list of playtimes from smallest to biggest, and then the value in the exact middle is the median, but I could be completely wrong there. Yeah, I think that could be it. I mean, we could take a look. Maybe I'm wrong with the... It doesn't matter. The median playtime, median is half are below, half are above. So essentially, yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. What matters is this value is higher than the value... And wait, did free time development answer or did he go already? I think he went already, right? He just said hi and left. So I guess we can take a look at arrival of beasts. Oh, it's in here. Cool. That's Nico's game. Oh. So... Oh, wait, he sold that many? I don't think he did. I don't think he sold 1,000 units. Did he? Check Chronicon? Unfortunately, excuse me. Unfortunately, we can't see the median playtime of this. Fine. Chronicon. Chronicon is the Diablo clone, essentially, right? In 2D pixel art. 11 hours. Yep. 116 active players. That's a lot. It's really good. Essentially, my assumption, 2.5 million, yeah. My assumption essentially is that, I could be wrong here, but my assumption is that Steam takes into account how long people play your game and how many sales you have. And that is what determines whether you land on the front page and whether you stay on the front page. If they put you up on the front page, then they notice you have decent sales but no one plays, then they're gonna remove you because another game is giving them more time and sales and more money. I don't think Stardew Valley is a great example, to be honest. It's 1 in a million. Why make just good game and no marketing when you can do both? I'm not saying not to do both, but I'm saying that marketing is ultimately not the thing that you should focus on the most, Jao Steph. There's a Steamworks video about that. About what? About how that works. Yeah? So it means, theoretically, other 50% maybe plus... Maybe play the game for 1,000 hours. Playtime is a very important variable in the algorithm. Yeah, it must be. And so why are we talking about this? Because this guy's game... I don't even remember what the game is called. Bullet Bunny has a median playtime of 50 minutes. And I'm comparing this median playtime because his game is very similar to Vampire Survivors, right? We take a look here. This is very similar to a Vampire Survivors clone, right? I think he did a bad job with... Anyways, yeah. He should have done a better video, maybe. It's too zoomed in. But essentially Vampire Survivors, right? And so if we compare 50 minutes to 17 hours, that's really crazy, right? Or 22 hours. but yeah, 17 hours in the original game. And then, you know, we could take a look at Death Must Die. Yeah, let's wait. Shit, 8 hours is still a lot of playtime. That's crazy. Read this: Blood, Sweat and Pixels. This is in the video. So this is how Steam visibility works. How long is it?
Hey
25 minutes?
This is Eric from Valve, and this is a talk called Steam Visibility, How Games Get Surfaced to Players. Whenever we talk to...
Let me put that on Firefox, because I have better audio there. Cakez reading Lemao. Cakez, read this. Blood, Sweat and Pixels. Huh? What? Okay. Steam visibility. How games get surfaced to players. Okay.
Hey everybody, this is Eric from Valve, and this is a talk called Steam Visibility, How Games Get Surfaced to Players. Whenever we...
Okay, so I think what they're doing is they're taking into account the click-through ratio, like how many people click on your thumbnail, and therefore, excuse me, annoying. Like how many people click on your thumbnail, and then if your game is out, how many purchase your game and how long they play your game. Because ultimately they want you on their platform, just like YouTube. They want to keep you on their platform for as long as possible. I think these are the most important metrics they take into account. Maybe the price of your game, how much they earn, but yeah. Fuck, what is happening? Bad Komok. Let's see.
We talk to developers or publishers all over the world. They want to know about how games get featured on Steam.
Yeah.
In this talk, you're going to learn about the discovery mechanisms at play behind the scenes on Steam, which inputs actually matter, and how our philosophy and relationship with customers drives our approach to visibility. All right, let's jump right in. Welcome to Steam Visibility, how games get surfaced to players.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Eric. Nice to meet you. I work on the Steam business team at Valve, and it's my job to work with publishers and developers to help them launch their games on Steam and answer their questions.
Yeah, this is something
I also
we
work
want to learn.
alongside designers and engineers to create new features for Steamworks, and also just think about ways to make Steam better for both customers and developers.
Okay.
I wanted to kick off this talk with our primary goal, and that is to match games with the players who will love them.
Yeah.
This is a goal that shapes all of the work that we do on Steam. And we also have another
It's basically like what YouTube tries to do with you, give you videos that you're interested in, right?
goal, and that is building long-term relationships with both players and developers. It's really important to us that players trust that when they see a game, when they come to the Steam store, that it's relevant and interesting to them. And these goals serve as a framework for how we approach visibility on Steam.
Okay.
For that reason, we've also come up with some rules. And the first one is we don't sell advertising or placement on
that's
Steam.
good.
You simply can't buy featuring for your game on
That's
the front
awesome.
page or
That-
anywhere on Steam.
Actually, that's really good. I didn't even think about that. But let's say on YouTube, you can actually buy yourself views. You can advertise your video. Let's say my brother tried this out actually. What you can do is you can buy impressions. Impressions are basically when your video is shown to a person. And it looks like that algorithm they use is a better algorithm than the normal algorithm. Because my brother did invest 2,000. No, not 2,000, sorry. He did invest €2 into 2,000 impressions. And then these 2,000 impressions resulted into only, but that's good for him actually, 60 views. That's actually a lot for him because he's doing Let's Plays. Let's Plays are not interesting, for some context. However, he got 6 subscribers out of that, which is a huge ratio from 60 views to 6 subscribers. And so usually when you get 60 views, you barely get any subscribers, if at all, Your brother's YouTube link? Oh, my brother's YouTube link? Sure. I mean, he's German though, so it is a German YouTube channel. You won't find anything that works for you there, I think. But sure, I can show you guys. Here. That's his YouTube channel. Play Skyrim. He's playing Skyrim at the moment. Yeah, that's the YouTube channel I'm talking about. And the video that we're talking about here is a video that got 60 views, which I think was one of these two. Whether this 117 view video or the 104. You see how it was 20, 20, 20 everywhere? And then all of a sudden he has 2 with 100. This is where he tried to advertise. And I think 8 likes, 7 likes. Yeah, it looks like these two. And he linked that to me. He told me, I know, yeah, Anfang, yeah, that's German. He showed me the stats for the game. I think I'm able to show that to you guys. Let me see here. I don't want to leak anything, right? Because it's like his stuff. But we talk about this sometimes, right? Let me see here. Or did he show that on WhatsApp? Ah, yeah. No. Not that. Oh, I don't have it here, unfortunately. I think it's on WhatsApp only, so I can't show you guys. Interesting. Okay, well, yeah, sorry, I can't show you. It's only WhatsApp, and I don't know how to show that to you guys. Is he younger or older? He's 1 year younger. Cakez, I wish you all the best, but your gaming channel reminds me of your brother's channel. Back in the days, you said that's not gonna work out for him. Yeah, I can go into that if you're interested, but it's gonna be a small little tangent. I don't want that to be too long. Essentially, what I am doing right now, real super cool, is the same that the long let's plays. What was the reason? Because I don't have the time to turn these long let's plays into short videos. The time and the money investment would also be too high. So if I were to take, let's say, a 3-hour Dark Souls recording, we had a long play this day, or let's say 1 to 3 hour, 1 hour to 3 hour recording of Dark Souls, right? Thank you guys for following. If I were to take that, then that would cost me between, if I use someone that is remotely good on Fiverr, that would cost me between 50 to 100 euros to turn that into a video. And I tried to turn these into videos myself using the best, like my best editing abilities. And that results into too low views and too low subscribers over time to do that consistently, simply because I don't have the time at my hand. So basically turning this into a video takes me between like 4, 5, 6 hours, something like that. And so what I would need to basically have is no family, no wife, and no side jobs, and just do this. Then that could work, because then I could do it myself. So the only thing that actually works for me is to make Let's Plays, because I can edit them really fast and upload them really fast, and then try to get traction through shorts. You know, that's the only possible way for me to do this, because if I, let's say, do a 4 to 5 hour stream on a day, then I need to do 4 to 5 to 6 hour YouTube. That is already, let's say, 11 to 12 hours a day, just working, right? Just working, so that I can get the content from the day to YouTube. Because that's ultimately what will make you grow. And that is the reason why I said, okay, well, I can't actually do that. However, what I can do is I can play the game like Hand of Blood, right? Because I think he did some really good, really, really good YouTube videos, you know, the uncut, Hand of Uncut, non-edited at all. And then maybe in the future, I can do some challenge runs of these games and then edit these runs. But a first playthrough, in my opinion, I want this to be unedited on YouTube. I'm currently trying to edit them for my main YouTube channel. If you guys have seen, I have, I think, 4 or 3 episodes out of Dark Souls. They didn't do well at all on the gaming, on the development channel, right? I feel for gameplay videos to work, you need to be very entertaining or very good, so yeah. No, like it's not really that. Yes, but it's mostly you need traction from other sources. For example, you can get traction from TikTok or Shorts. Then that is when your videos can get more views, because more people know you. People watch you because they know you. Why are you bouncing? I'm bouncing because, hello all in the mage, because I'm sitting on a ball. Anyway, so the reason why I'm doing that real super cool is simply because that's the only thing I can do. I tried doing other things, but they didn't work out because the time investment was too high for the return in subscribers and views. And so for the time being, I'm able to play the games I want to play and put out the YouTube content, so I don't lose the content from Twitch. It is on YouTube. And over time, because of traction from my YouTube, my game on Steam at some point, because of Discord traction, because of traction from my main YouTube channel to my sub YouTube channels, over time this will grow. This is a long period, right? You're doing a side job with Twitch. That's a lot of commitment. I have to. I'm gonna have a baby soon. So yeah, that's the tangent, right? I could playing for the fun of it. Yeah, I'm playing for the fun of it, but I don't want to lose the content. Thinking like a businessman, well, I have to, because I want this to be sustaining me in the future. I have to think like a businessman. You guys, if you want, can take a look at a very successful businessman, Pirate Software. They have
Am
all
I
of
so
this
out
stuff
of touch?
connected. They have it all connected everywhere.
Raticide just subscribed.
Thank you,
Big
Raticide.
Tick support for 20 years.
Do you think Quinn will quit League now? He rage quit last night. He's gonna play Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure. I think he's gonna quit, yeah. He's gonna play Elden Ring. But what I noticed is that he started to get hooked. Pirate Software is mega corporate too, though. What does corporate mean? No, I think you can learn a lot from his example. It's really cool to see how he's like managing this. It means he collects corpses. Is that collector stuff? No, so I know what you mean, real super cool. I just can't edit them. I don't have the time. I'm learning a lot through like the feedback of these videos. You know, some videos have like 20 views only. I see that, but it's a learning process, right? And I want there to be a full playthrough of me playing these games, because maybe in the future, if let's say I blow up, right, in the future, then people can go back to these videos. They are high quality and they can watch the entire start to finish without any edits, right? Grow up. Essentially, that's the idea. But I know. Yeah, I know. It's basically a journey. All right, sorry about the tangent, guys, but let's keep going here. I think this is really interesting. They don't sell advertising or placement. That brought us to the YouTube stuff, which is really interesting and good.
Instead, we focus on showing games to customers that they will find interesting without the ads. We don't think Steam should be pay to win. Not selling ads levels the playing field and makes the recommendations on Steam better.
Please don't ever change that. I hope they never change this. You know, Valve is such a giga-chant company.
It also means that marketing on Steam is totally free for developers. You also don't need to work with an editor to get featured. You don't need a secret handshake or know the right person on the inside. You don't need to know me or anyone else on the Steam business team to get featured. That's just not how we make decisions.
Okay.
Actually, most visibility on Steam happens automatically. We're surprised all the time by the games that find big success on Steam. Every week, Steam automatically picks up on games that we haven't even heard of, or games that we would have never predicted would be popular.
Okay.
Hit games are emerging organically, powered by what players are excited about. We think that when we get surprised by a game, that's good. It's an indication that Steam is working properly. So instead of trying to predict which games are going to be a success, we've learned to follow player interest.
Okay.
Those are the games that players are excited to get into and play right now.
Okay.
And if we're not predicting, then how do we figure out what to show? To answer that question, we'll need to talk about the two different types of featuring on Steam. Visibility on Steam is a mix of algorithmic visibility and curated featuring. All visibility on Steam is driven by player interest.
Okay.
Algorithmic visibility is personalized for every player. And curated featuring is not. It's shown to absolutely everyone. Let's take a look at which parts of the front page are curated and which offer algorithmic visibility.
Okay.
All right, here we are on the front page of Steam.
Yeah.
And the first thing you'll probably notice is this huge takeover at the top of the page for Dave the Diver. Now, it isn't every day that we have a full Steam takeover, and the bar for something like a Steam takeover is really high. It's actually the biggest amount of marketing that we provide for.
Can you click on this? Let's open up Steam. I hope they have a takeover on there right now. For sure? Yeah, you should be able to click on it, right? Yeah, it's loading right now. Let me check. Come on. You know what they should work on though? They should make the launcher faster, man. It's so slow. They don't have a takeover right now, it looks like. Yeah. Search. But I'm pretty sure you can click on it, right? Guys, Elden Ring is out. Elden Ring is out. Oh no, Elden Ring is out. Guys, Elden Ring is out. Elden Ring. Elden Rim. What did I type? It's out in 6 hours? Oh, then I can only play it tomorrow, not today, yeah? Shadow of the Erdtree. Premium bundle. Okay.
For any game, and as such, we have to have really high confidence that it will appeal to a huge amount of customers. And this section is, as you might guess, curated. So that means that it is shown to every single user on Steam. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we make decisions around curated marketing in a little bit. But I'm going to keep us moving on our tour through the front page. The next section to talk about is the featured and recommended section, also known as the main capsule. This section is algorithmic. The games that are shown here are personalized for every user, and games will appear here automatically. We try to be as transparent as possible about why a game is being shown to you here. In this particular case, it is recommended because you played games tagged with class-based, stealth, combat, online co-op, all tags that I like to play. So we're trying to tell you why a game is being featured to you, and this is really front and center. It's a lot of visibility on Steam. Many different games can appear here in the main capsule rotator, and they will cycle through automatically, or you can click a button to look through them. The next section to talk about is special offers. This section is curated, meaning that special offers like midweek deals, daily deals, weekend deals, etc.
So this has nothing to do with your interests
on Steam. So it's shown to absolutely everybody. These are scheduled well in advance, and they are earned based off of the customer interest of a particular game or promotion. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. One thing to note is that everyone's Steam homepage will look a little bit different if they're logged in and you check it today. The curated promos rotate just about every day or a couple days, and the algorithmic placements are unique to you. For example, we're not going to show you games you already own, and if you've chosen to, for example, hide early access games, VR, or other specific titles, we're not going to show you those games because they are filtered based off of your preferences. Moving on to the next section, a little bit further down the page is your discovery queue. Now, your discovery queue is algorithmic. The games here are appearing automatically, and they are personalized for you. After that, we'll talk about recommended based on the games you play. Also algorithmic. Games here are appearing automatically. And
what games do I get? I never take a look at that. So it's store here, right? Wait, no. Store. Featured. This is the main store, right? Special offers. This is curated. Dota 2? Isaac? The Witcher? But didn't I buy The Witcher? Or I think I had a CD. I had a CD for The Witcher, right. I don't have it on Steam, I have it as a CD, guys. Damn. Slay the Spire, South Park. Why is it not showing me Death Must Die? I've played Dark Souls. Why is it not playing me Dark Souls? That's interesting. Because in the library, well, I play Dark Souls, Bloons, Celeste, Vampire Survivors. Stuff like this. This doesn't look like something that I played at all. To be honest. Risen, yeah, maybe Risen would fit. Interesting. Slay the Spire is really good, yeah? It's a card game, it looks like. Interesting. Alright.
it's personalized for you. Okay, moving on to the next section. Curator recommendations. So curator recommendations are algorithmic, and it is based off of curators that you actually follow and the games that they recommend. If you don't follow any curators, you just...
We watched a video about the curators and how they steal Steam keys to sell on Steam key websites for low amounts of money and make quite a lot of money. So maybe this section right here, I mean, maybe it's still, they still recommend the games they think are good, but yeah.
Won't see this section. And the
I
next
don't see
section
the point of
is
curators
from developers
here. I
and
think curators is just an easy way to steal keys.
Publishers that you know based off of your play history, and that's algorithmic, personalized, and also popular VR games also appearing here automatically based on their popularity.
I
So
see.
finally, we're on the new and trending, top sellers, popular upcoming, and specials section. This is algorithmic.
This is where every indie developer wants to be.
The games here are appearing automatically, and they are personalized based off of your region. There are a lot of tabs here, and they're all algorithmic.
I'm not saying
so let's
all
talk a
do
bit
it,
more
yeah.
about each one.
Okay.
Starting off with new and trending, this is an algorithmic list of the most popular games that have recently released. It's also regionalized, so it will be a different list depending on where you are. And the way that this works is that when a new game is released and it meets a certain threshold of popularity, it will appear on this list automatically right at the top.
What is that
It will
threshold?
get pushed down as more new games.
Overall user reviews, positive 70. Backfire Wall is at the very top, $13, minus 10%. Basically, new release, minus 10 to release discount, right? We talked about that. Interesting.
Games that meet the threshold are released. Eventually, it will get pushed off the list entirely. Now, in this section, early access games are excluded, but they can appear in this list when they go 1.0, when they exit early access. Next is top sellers, and this is also algorithmic. Games appear here automatically. It's not curated in any way, and it's based on total revenue in the trailing 24 hours. And that includes all sources of revenue, such as DLC, soundtrack, and in-game transactions. And the reason we do that is so that we get a more complete picture of the games
In-game transactions. Okay, I see now.
that customers are
Counter-Strike is
the
that
most
high.
excited
That's why.
about. This list is also localized for your region, and that means that you're going to see a different list of games depending on where you are. So here's what that same top sellers list looks like in Germany. As you can see, it's mostly
Lost
the
Ark.
same, but there are a few games here that are different and maybe appeal more
Cyberpunk.
to German gamers.
Okay.
And here's what
Yeah.
that top sellers list looks like in Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw this. I was like,
As
okay.
you can see, the titles are actually
Yep.
significantly different and reflect what's popular in Japan right now. And just as a reminder, you can go to store.steampower.com/charts to see the current top sellers in countries around the world.
Cool.
Next up, we'll take a look at popular upcoming, which is
So that's like research you can do when you release your game, which countries you want to release in. When you have a lot of games that are familiar to your game that are top sellers in that country, then it's probably likely that you should release your game in that country too. But
also
haven't
algorithmic,
done that yet.
not curated anyway. And this is really just a list of the most wishlisted upcoming games. It's one of the few sections that the number of wishlists does impact visibility. To
Okay,
appear
that's
here,
really
games have to
low,
pass
then.
a certain threshold, and then they are sorted by.
I remember Nico, like the developer of Arrival of Beasts, trying to climb this list. I don't know if he has ever gotten to the first one, but it seemed quite easy to climb it.
Release date. It's mostly looking at wishlist activity over the last 2 weeks. Finally, we have the specials section, also algorithmic, and this is the most popular discounted games, and they are sorted by revenue.
Cool.
So the most popular games that are on
Skyrim.
discount right now.
Guys, Skyrim.
So how does Steam select which games are featured in those algorithmic and curated areas of the store that I just showed you? We hear a lot about the algorithm, but in reality, there is no one algorithm. Yes, there are algorithms that react to players and drive what they see, but there is no magical algorithm. I should say, I am not an engineer. I don't work on these algorithms, but I do sit next to the people who do. And these engineers are constantly tweaking these algorithms all the time. But what my goal is today is to give you a broad strokes understanding of our philosophy and our values and what we are trying to accomplish with our algorithms and how we feature games to customers. When it comes to visibility on Steam, there are two important things to keep in mind. First is Steam is personalized for you. Everybody on Steam has their own store.
Yeah.
And the second is player interest drives visibility. It's about creating.
Okay, so for me, player interest, if I were to define that, because I want to see if I'm wrong or not, because I have a very strong opinion about that. I think player interest is how long do you play? How many people, or let's start with the thumbnail. How many people click on your game, click-through rate, how long you play, how many people buy. That shows interest. If people buy and play your game for a long time, that's a good indication of player interest. Players are interested in that. A lot of people click, players are interested in that thumbnail. That's what I would do. Now, could be wrong here, but that seems to
Steam
indicate.
automatically customizes elements of the store for every user. And we want to let player preferences drive the visibility so that recommendations are more relevant, so that customers can find the games that are relevant to them. As Steam has gotten bigger, it's gotten way more diverse. And we think that's really cool. Some people like to play the latest first-person shooter. Some people like to play vampire visual novels or farming sims. There are so many different types of games that players like to enjoy. And for that reason, just about any type of game can find its audience on Steam. And we think that's awesome. The more you interact with Steam, the better it gets at the recommendations it makes. And those interactions can look like playing games, buying games, following publishers, writing reviews, recommending games, making friends, and seeing what they're playing, wish lists, and more.
I didn't go into reviews
tags
at all.
are really important for your game. They're a powerful factor for store personalization, and they matter. They are also user-driven. Tags are evolving over time as the community adds tags, and they serve as a framework for how games are recommended on the store. Let's take a look at how tags will impact featuring on Steam. And a good example of that is the main capsule, or the featured and recommended section. We have kind of two names for it. This area is front and center on the front page, and this is an area that tags play a critical role. We are recommending games to you based off of the types of tags that you tend to enjoy, that we notice that you like. So this example, Omega Strikers, is a game that's being recommended to me. I like to play a lot of MOBA games. I like to play competitive games, and it's recognizing that and recommending this game to me because it has the tags MOBA, esports, team-based, and combat. And you should really try this yourself. Go to the Steam store, logged in, and you'll see games recommended to you based off of your preferences.
But I don't get Dark Souls recommended to me. Maybe because I already have Dark Souls? I get this recommended to me. Kingdom Hearts. Oh yeah. I think this is a game I would play. Souls-like? Oh yeah. Okay, Fallout. Yeah. Top seller. It looks like some top sellers are mixed in there too, because I never played any of these games. I never played a Goat Simulator. It's a mix then. Yeah, action RPG, I guess. Halls of Torment. Recommended by your friend Pin. Yeah. Wow. It's on sale right now. Black Desert. Top seller. It's a mix of those, isn't it? The Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, yeah. Okay. Spoolie. No, Sploody. Sorry. Because Code Red Games recommends this. Lost Ark. Action RPG. Dark, difficult, great soundtrack. Yeah, looks alright, except for the top sellers. Check my link, bro. No. I'm not checking that. Doesn't look good to me, bro.
Personalization of the main capsule is based on the games that you have played or wishlisted.
Top sellers.
The games your friends are playing or have wishlisted. Games your friends have recommended. Top sellers regionalized for where you are. New releases and updates, and curators you follow.
Yeah, curators. I'm not.
Here's an example of some
yet.
personalized recommendations that were given to me on the front page. I played a game called The Rift Breaker, and because of that, it's recommending other games that have similar tags to
Base
The
building.
Rift Breaker. Things like base building, automation, sci-fi, story-rich. In this way, tags are an interconnecting web that allows for personalized recommendation and discovery. Okay, let's talk about content hubs. Content hubs are a big source of traffic and discovery on Steam. Sort of like mini versions of the front page, but they're scoped to a particular genre, and they are also personalized. Let me show you an example. So here we're looking at the Simulation Hub, and it's recommending a game called Crusader Kings 3 to me.
Zoomed in.
Few things jump out. So the first thing is it's listing a number of tags that apply to the game so that I get a snapshot of what playing the game is like, what tags are applied. It's also explaining to me why it's recommending this game to me, why
Similar
it's
to
relevant.
games recommended by 2
So
friends,
first
owned
is
by
it's
3
similar
friends,
to games that
wishlisted
I've
by
played.
5.
I have played Stellaris, so it's saying that it's similar to that. It's also recommended by 2 of my friends, owned by 3 of my friends, and wishlisted by 5 of my friends.
That's
which
interesting.
Seems pretty relevant to my interests. Player interest drives visibility.
This is the
all
interesting
kinds
one.
of marketing on
Let's see.
Steam.
Okay.
And one of the most reliable and accurate ways we've figured out to measure player interest is revenue. That's because
When players spend time and money on your game, it's a strong signal to Steam it could be interesting to other players. So, how many sales, how long they play.
bunch of players are spending time
Knew it.
and money on your game,
Knew it.
it's a really strong signal to Steam that it could
Yep.
be interesting to other players too.
Only makes
Steam's
sense.
algorithms react to player interests quickly and automatically. And the important thing is it can happen anytime during the life cycle of
Yeah.
your game.
So the person that I was talking about his game yesterday, and let's make this a bit smaller, it's a bit bright. The Bullet Bunny, who has a medium playtime of sorry about that. Who has a medium playtime of 54 minutes. I guess players just didn't play it long enough to warrant a place on the front page because there were other games that got played for longer. That was my point, and I think it seems to hold true here. Maybe he goes more into this.
The most common time is at launch, when a bunch of customers
Yeah.
are checking out your game for the first
Okay.
time. But it could happen months later, even years later. We've talked to developers.
So this is what you see with Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors had low traction in the beginning, but people played it for a long time. The average playtime for the players just is skyrocketing as the game got more and more traction because Steam recognizes, oh, they play this for a long time. More people buy this. And so it recommends the game after that.
That
because
have
it
had
was a
their
really, really
most
good game.
dead. Then you fix the game's issues, and you gain traction to the game by doing that. It can still go and be successful, yeah. Are earned with player interest.
Curated featuring and promotions are earned with player interest. Yeah.
Featuring and promotions are earned
This is
with
cool.
player
God,
interest.
I love Steam.
And that includes
Steam is
any
great.
kind of curated front page promo, like daily deals, midweek and weekend deals, front page takeovers, and content hub takeovers. So what does it take to qualify for a curated promotion? Well, they are earned, as I mentioned, and it's very competitive.
Yeah.
And why are they so competitive? Well, they appear to everyone on Steam. It's not personalized. So curated promotions are shown to every single customer on Steam. And so we have to have high confidence that these promotions will appeal to a large number of customers.
Okay.
If you're looking to be a part of a midweek or weekend deal, you're going to need to be in the top few hundred best-selling games on all of Steam. There are also just a limited number of slots for these curated promotions.
You're competing with Stardew Valley. You're competing with these big guys, Vampire Survivors, Bloons, you name them, right? And more.
Mix of sales and other customer signals help us to identify the games that have earned these promotions. If your goal is to qualify for a curated promotion, you should think about ways to make your game appeal to the broadest audience possible.
Oh, I see.
That includes thinking about
That's what
localization,
AAA games do.
regional pricing,
Controller
marketing
support.
assets, controller support, and any other ways that you can make your game more broadly appealing. Even if your launch doesn't go according to plan, you can recover. And that's because when it comes to visibility and featuring, Steam never makes a permanent decision about your game. Sometimes we'll hear from developers that they're worried that maybe because their launch didn't go quite as they were hoping it would, that Steam has made some kind of decision.
Bro, this is so nice to hear, you know? This is so nice to hear. So let's say my game is bad in the beginning, which can happen, you know? Like, I'm very self-conscious about my game. I'm trying my best to make it as good as possible, but let's say it's bad in the beginning. People hate it. I still have the possibility to fix it to the best of my ability and get a chance, basically every day get a chance. You have like 5 visibility rounds. Yeah, maybe he goes into that too.
About their game.
That is
and
awesome.
That would mean that their game couldn't be featured on Steam in the future. I'm here to tell you that that's just not the case. Steam is always listening and waiting for a burst of customer interest. Every game has a chance to be successful. That's by design. Well, sometimes we'll hear urban legends passed around Twitter or Reddit or development communities that we notice are just super wrong. And we wanted to take a moment to dispel those
Okay, so
rumors.
these are all the Reddit Andys that get shut down now. Okay, maybe I get shut down too.
Let's demystify what actually drives algorithmic visibility on Steam, which inputs matter. So the first thing we'll tackle is store page traffic. Does store page traffic affect visibility on Steam? The answer is no, it's not.
I knew it, because store page traffic is just more traffic. But what is important is the data behind the traffic. You get a lot of traffic, but then the percentages are important. Like how many people click, how many people buy, how many people play. Makes sense, because more traffic does not mean you have a better game. It's just more traffic. Yeah.
Not really a factor. There's no counter on Steam that's deciding whether or not your game is getting featured based off of the amount of traffic that your page is receiving. Now, that said, more store page traffic is really beneficial for your game, both in terms of the attention and wish list that your game could receive, or if your game is on sale, potentially additional sales of your game, because some percentage of the customers that land on your store page might end up buying it. And if those customers end up buying it, those resulting sales could have a beneficial impact on your visibility on Steam. But direct store page traffic is not a factor when it comes to visibility. Another thing we've heard developers worry about is a low conversion rate on traffic to the store page. Again, it's not a factor. Next
No, a
is
low conversion rate is basically the algorithm shows it to more people and it then averages out. Which, you know, maybe it includes some people that are not that interested in your game, but it just averages out. Yeah.
Review score. Does review score have an effect on your visibility on Steam?
Let's think about this. Review score, does it have an effect? I think it's the amount of reviews, not the score itself. Because amount means it's like YouTube. I think, right? I want to see if I'm wrong or right. Because I want to see if like my intuition is failing me or not. If I were to make this, I would say it would be the amount, not if it's good or bad. But I could be wrong here, because a very bad game, do we want to advertise that, right? Like if I think in terms of Valve, would I want to advertise that? Well, if it's giving me a lot of reviews and still a lot of sales, maybe it has to do in combination with sales. We'll see.
We've certainly talked to a lot of developers that think so. Well, the answer is it's not a factor. Putting a little asterisk here and say usually.
I thought
and that's
so.
because as long as your game is mixed and above, that is at 40%, it will not have an effect on your visibility on...
Guys, we gotta get above 40%. I think we can do that, right? We gotta be able to do that.
If your game is below 40%, that's in the mostly negative territory, it could have an effect on your visibility. And that's because we're less likely...
I want to check something here really quickly, you know. It's like, let's see if this... mostly positive, actually. Okay. Yeah. What is it called, guys? Overwatch. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Blizzard has some super low standards, of course. It's gonna be positive, lol. Yeah, that's ooh. Just wanted to check that. Okay.
To recommend a game that is a negative experience for players.
Good job, Steam.
So you don't need to really sweat it as a developer if you lose a couple percentage points on your overall
That's good to
review
hear.
score.
That's really
It's not
good
going to
to
have an impact on your visibility
Nice.
on the store.
Yeah.
However, review scores are important. They're
The
a
amount.
signal to customers that your game is special
Yeah.
and worth checking out. So
True, if you have a mixed review score, people are unlikely to buy your game because they're like, oh man, what is going on here? And then they click on the reviews and they see bugs and crashes and issues and tedious and boring and repetitive. And they're like, nah, I'm good, bro.
I don't want to diminish the importance of
It is
having a
important.
good review score.
Of course, yeah.
But it doesn't have a direct impact on your visibility in the store unless it is below 40%.
Wish
Next
lists.
is wish lists. Do they have
I don't think they have any effect. However, I could be wrong. I think wish lists is basically just to gauge the interest in your game. The more wish lists, the more people are interested. But maybe the conversion rate could be wrong. This is just an interest multiplier, an interest mechanic, or not mechanic. Sorry, an interest metric. That's how I would see
an
it.
impact on your
Maybe.
visibility on
That's
Steam?
what I think.
The answer is not a factor, with a big asterisk. The easiest way to explain it is wish lists are
Goodness.
only a factor before a game releases.
Okay.
There is a section that I pointed out.
Oh, I
the
see.
Popular
So before the game releases, the more wish lists, the more traction to your page because people wish listing it more and more. That's yeah, that makes
upcoming
sense.
section that is affected by the number of wish lists that you have. But by and large, wish lists don't really have an effect on your visibility on Steam and the featuring that you get. And I've actually talked to developers all over the world that claim that they've heard that you need a certain number of wish lists to appear on the front page, or you're never going to get featured unless you get...
To give you some example of someone that didn't do any wish lists at all, Pogostuck, real super cool. I think he had like, how many wish lists did you have? 100, 200 wish lists? He didn't have or didn't farm any wish lists, but his game was still successful. Yeah.
a certain specific number of wish lists. Maybe it's 50,000 or 100,000 wish lists. I'm here to tell you that that's just simply not the case.
That's
now,
good to hear.
Wish lists are really valuable.
They
They're
are
really,
important,
really
yeah.
important because
To gauge interest.
when you get a wish list, that customer will get an email when your game launches.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
also when your
important,
game
too.
is discounted at 20% or above. And when they get
Aha. So this is where the discount comes into play, the release discount. So here is what people said in the past, which was wrong apparently. When you have a 20% discount on release, the customer will get an email because of the 20% discount. But this guy just said, and I repeat, because it was maybe not clear, anyone that wishlists your game will get an email when your game releases, whether you have a discount or not. Yeah. So you can have, let's say, a discount of 10. And that will still get you an email, or will still send out an email to a customer that has wishlisted your game. So I think I will go with a discount of 10 on my release, but we'll see. We're not there yet.
get those emails, there's a chance that they're going to end up converting. They're going to end up buying the game. And the resulting sales could have an effect on your visibility. So they are really, really important.
Yeah.
However, the pure number of wish lists that you have does not affect your visibility.
Okay.
Early
Good to know.
access, does it have an impact on your visibility on Steam?
I don't think. It's just like an early release. But I don't know anything there. Absolutely no idea.
No, not really. Not a factor.
Okay.
I put an asterisk on this one because there are actually some areas of the store that you cannot appear if you are in early access.
So early access seems to be like limiting your visibility, but okay, yeah.
Now, of course, you could appear in those sections later on when you launch out of early access. But for example, in new and trending, you cannot appear in that section if you are in early access. And some
That's
customers have
interesting.
chosen to opt out of seeing early access games on the store. Ultimately, early access is not a marketing tool. You should not go into early access thinking that it will give
Interesting.
you additional
to
featuring
know.
or visibility in the store. It's really a development tool. You should use early access
I should make a screenshot of this once
If
we
you
are
want
done.
to engage with your community to get feedback around your game, to involve them in the development process, and ultimately launch out of early access, but it's not a good marketing tool. Finally, let's talk about localization. Does that affect your visibility on Steam? It's a factor, definitely. It has an impact on your visibility. And that's because customers select which languages they're comfortable with in their Steam client. And
so the more languages you support, the more people you reach, essentially.
We are much less likely to recommend the game to a customer that doesn't understand the supported languages for that game. So
give me 1 second, guys. One second. I need to go to the bathroom. And hello, Wambots. Long time no see. Nice to be back. That's nice to hear, bro. Hope you have a good day. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. I really need to go. I'm gonna make a screenshot of what we are on 22.28 or 30, 22.30. I want to make a screenshot here. I have that now. And this one, 1740.
So the first thing we'll tackle is store page traffic.
No, stop. I clicked pause. Sorry about that. It's really pissing me off. Copy video URL at current time. Is Collector still banned? No, and by the way, I asked Collector of stuff if I overdid it yesterday. Okay, bro. And he said no. It was fine. Crazy German. I hate that, man. My wife laughed as well. Not crazy. Steam info. There you go. Steam visibility info. And then also image in downloads. I wonder if I could put an image in here. Probably can't, right? That's not how it works. So essentially, I just added a download thing here. Steam visibility. I don't think I could... Oh, I can't. Okay. JK. Okay, let's go back to 2230. Just a second, guys, okay? I'll be back pretty quickly. Collector of stuff. Does anyone here care about Cake saying right now? Deleted by Cakes. Okay, bro. Okay, goodness. Lol. I was like, hey, stop spreading lies. I was like, my wife was about to leave, I helped her get ready. And then I went into the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and I was like, the light was on everywhere, and I was like, dude, what's she doing? She's leaving all the light everywhere. And so I turned off all the lights, and she's like, hey, I'm still here. Oh, man.
Am I so out of touch?
But man, AQ.
No.
Thank you.
Action81 just subscribed. Big tick support for 10 years.
I would like for everyone to kneel together in memory of our fallen chatter, collector of stuff.
Okay, bro. Shut the fuck up. Oh, man. Okay, guys, let's continue. We're almost done.
If your game doesn't support Japanese, it's much less likely to be featured to a customer that speaks only Japanese.
Yeah.
And the good news is, as you add additional languages that you support both in store page and for your game, it will open up new areas of the world and new sets of customers that speak the languages that you now support.
Cool.
So definitely localization.
So what you can treat this like a progressive release, something
is
like that.
important.
Cool.
Ultimately, there is no magical number to get featured by our algorithms. Steam is reacting to player interest. That's just what it does. And there are things that you can do to generate that interest.
Make a good game that holds people for a long time.
Steam is designed to help your game find your audience, and it will help you to snowball to success. But you need to get the snowball rolling.
Huh?
And the most important piece of advice I have for you is launching a store page and hoping for the best is not a marketing plan.
Okay.
The bigger the snowball you can roll into Steam, the bigger it will grow. Of course, it's possible to launch a game on Steam that just happens to be so incredible that despite having no momentum or awareness whatsoever,
That was Vampire Survivors, I think. That's what Vampire Survivors said.
becomes a massive hit. It has happened before, but that's an outlier.
Yeah,
and that is
that's
not
an
a
outlier.
recipe for success.
Yep, that makes sense.
You really want to have the biggest amount of awareness and momentum that you can going into your launch.
Okay.
And there's some work that you can do to build.
But, however, like that's what Chronicles of Avernum did, and it didn't work out for them at all. So that's not a recipe for success. It does help, but it's definitely not a recipe. Let's see. Chronicles of Avernum. Avernus? Chronicles of Avernum? Hey? Avernum. Yeah, Avernum, right? Is it Avernum? Am I dumb? Hey? What was that game again? Did I forget the name? Just reviewed by a very big YouTube personally with a cult following. Hey, am I stupid? Guys, what is this 3D game that got like 300,000 Twitch viewers? What was the name of that game? And then it completely fell off and now has like 40 average viewers. We googled that yesterday. .3D game, this one. Immortals of Avernum. Ah, sorry. It's called Immortals. Avernum. Yeah, sorry. It was Immortals of Avernum. Or Avernum. By EA. Yeah. And so essentially they had like the biggest marketing launch ever, right? And it didn't work out for them. See, like 300,000 or 230,000 Twitch viewers. But it didn't convert into any player numbers. Like they went down to basically nothing. 40, 50 at most. Last Epoch? No, Last Epoch is good. Last Epoch is still doing decently well. It's normal for these types of games to fall off. Because there's a new release, 1 year, yeah. It's definitely a huge release, but this, like, it's different than Avernum. Because they had player numbers in like 700 compared to 260,000. So basically the Twitch interest is basically almost exactly the same, or is exactly the same as the interest here. And now obviously there's no new content, and therefore the games just gets boring. There's not enough content. The fall off here is because the content isn't there yet. There needs to be more end game content. But this is how Path of Exile looks too. Look. Just with bigger numbers. Not 2, 1. Cool is that Path of Exile is here. Then we can take a look at this. Let's say 3 years. You see how Path of Exile looks exactly the same? 250 Twitch viewers and 150 players, and then goes down to 15,000. And over time, what I think they do is they measure themselves on the low player numbers, like when the game has been out for a while. They measure themselves on not the peaks, but what do you call this? What is the opposite of a peak, guys? In English. What is the opposite here? Valley. Yeah, they measure themselves on the valleys. Which, yeah, 10,000, 16,000, 13,000, 12,000, 10,000. Yeah, there's not been a release. They decreased the cycle. They stretched it out a little bit to like 4 months. Yeah, Necropolis League, Affliction League. Yeah. But essentially, this is basically just how Path of Exile looks, and it's the same as... Wrong video. It's the same.
Build that momentum and interest in your game that it's important to launch with. That is working with, Discord communities, forums, social media, working with press and influencers to get the word out about your game. Maybe doing paid marketing if it makes sense for your game and it makes sense for your budget, but certainly not required. And also maybe thinking about going to local trade shows, meetups, and groups. You just want to focus energy around the big events in your game. That is usually a big launch, but it could be a major update or even just a healthy discount somewhere down the road. You want to think about a way to create the biggest burst of sales and players possible. This is something that the Steam Recommender can react to. My other recommendation is to learn from Steam
I was checking YouTube chat. Sorry about that.
Discount. Those meetups and groups. You just want to focus energy around the big events in your game. That is usually a big launch, but it could be a major update or even just a healthy discount somewhere down the road. Yeah. You want to think about a way to create the biggest burst of sales and players possible. This is something that the Steam Recommender can react to. My other recommendation is to learn from other developers. They'll have innovative and effective ways to help you build your snowball and get it rolling. We are always working on ways to improve Steam for both players and developers. And we're going to continue to tinker behind the scenes. This is a snapshot of how visibility works on Steam today. But the important thing to keep in mind is that visibility and featuring on Steam will be driven by fans and the games they buy and play. And I'm going to come back to our original goal with Steam, which is to match games with the players who will love them. And that goal will always be the same. All kinds of games can find an audience and success on Steam. There's room for everyone.
Cool.
Okay, that wraps up this talk on Steam visibility.
Helpful
if you have
links
more
and a downloadable
there's a QR code
PDF.
here that'll take you to a site. Helpful links, a downloadable PDF of this presentation. There's also a link to create a support ticket so that you can reach out to us and ask us a question directly.
Awesome.
All right. I hope this talk gave you a better understanding of how visibility works on Steam.
Yep.
Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Especially for those tower defense games. This was very helpful, yeah. And it basically, what this tells me is that Steam is very forgiving. Like the video? Yeah, of course. We're gonna like the video. That's a good video. Yeah, so this hopefully cleared up some, at least, myths that I had as well up. But I already knew that Steam is basically driven by the players, right? Which is awesome. It's awesome to see that there is no advertising at all on Steam, which is really cool. Yeah, very nice. I think you also want to make community appreciated. Community is the one way how to convert to sales. For example, look at Dwarf Fortress or Deep Rock Galactic. Great communities which bring in new people. Thoughts? Your thoughts, Ramus? I think Ramus is not here, isn't he? I don't think he's not here yet, bro. Anyways, that is really cool. glad I watched that. Overwatch, okay. Now, let's get back to the game. Talking to offline people. Cringy. Community is huge. So yesterday, now I did take, you know, to heart what you guys say about, you know, making the game and actually releasing the game. I actually take that to heart a lot. So what I went and did yesterday was fix all of the abilities so that they use the new stat system that I introduced a long time ago. So now I'm able to hopefully activate any ability and they just work. For example, I tested the shield orbs and they do seem to work here. So for example, if I give myself the shield orbs and then let enemies spawn, I tested them and made them dependent on my attack range. Actually, it says ±10, which is not how I want this to be. Must have been like a mistake. Text.h, shield orb. It says plus. Okay. Yo, hey Cottengree, good morning. Hey man, I've I've asked this like 10 times already, but can you talk a bit about how you handle your UI layout in your engine? My UI layout in my engine is basically fixed positions descriptor or decryptor. Essentially, I can give you a simple example. Draw hero, or let's say hero list. I have a section called the hero list, which is the list to the right here. And that list has fixed positions where it's supposed to be. For example, here, I make sure that the hero list is dependent on the world size and then a fixed position -22. And then I make it 38 pixels tall. 38 pixels wide. It's mostly fixed positions that I then use to fill in content. So for example, I have this hero list rectangle that I'm working with on the right. I have like an anchor point on the top left of that list. And then for every entry, I move that anchor point down and I build that every frame. That's how I basically do that. So for example, for every hero in the list, you can see that here. I basically... let me find that really quickly. I draw a background on a certain position here. That's the position, the unit rect position. And I do draw the unit sprite. No, that's actually the cost of the unit. You could see right here. And that's also, you know, based on some fixed position. Like there is no layouting at all. I basically place these by hand. And then I draw the unit again on some... Where is it? Here. On some fixed position. And so basically I position everything in a fixed way, but it works out. I have basically perfect control over where something is drawn. And then I just increase a position and do the same thing again. Like basically, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Repeat. In this case, right? Okay, so the immediate mode kind of thing, thanks for explaining. Yeah, it's immediate mode kind of thing. So you can see here, wait, why is he not using it? He used it yesterday the entire time. Why is he not using this ability? Huh? What? What the fuck? What's going on here? Cakez, are you using a string array for your localization, using an offset for the language? Yeah. And we're going to work with UTF-8 in the future. Right now it's all ANSI. But I think it's possible to use UTF-8 in the engine too. But we're going to need support for that in the future. Ah, now it is. So this is the ability. It is called shield orbs. And these are just rotating shields around you, just like the shields from Vampire Survivors. And they hit enemies as they rotate around your character. And the cool thing about these shields is that they actually take your weapon range into account. You see how these shields got larger? That's what I did yesterday off stream, and now I'm basically trying to debug most of my abilities so that they work, essentially. So we have a new skill point here, and I would like to get the meteor into the skill tree right here. Save that so that we can train it and skill it. It does fire damage, has a range, and no, it actually does have cost, right? Costs 50 energy and has a 10-second cooldown. So let's see if that ability works. I want to see that. It probably doesn't, but maybe it does. Meteor is not meant supposed to be usable by... Oh? Oh? Okay. Something's falling. Oh? Ooh, okay. It didn't deal any damage. And it looks like the material... the materials for the different colors are full. A bit slow when exploding. Nice particle effect. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's not done correctly yet. What I'm trying to do here, this equals operator, is trying to find the exact color. And if I have a bunch of particles that all have different colors, what I needed to introduce in the past in order to display these colors in more like of a step way is have like an epsilon so that I have steps and not exactly. Keep the area gray for a few seconds after impact. People should hire Cakez for feedback and direction. Oh wait, he has no experience. This all opinions pulls out of his ass nails. Have you read my comment, Inukai? How about you answer to the comment that I wrote on YouTube, bitch? Anyways, so what we need to do here is change this equals operator to floor value steps. But if I do floor, these values are between 0 and 1. So we need to create like, let's see, a const float step, which is, let's say, 0.01. Or maybe 0.01. Maybe that's still a lot. How many different colors can we have then? 1,000, right? This is 1,000 colors. Is that good enough? Doing some shopping now. See you later. I decided to wait as long as it takes to read your YouTube chat before I reply. Shut the fuck up. Okay. 0.01. So that would be 1,000 different colors. Is that possible? I think that's fine. So what do we do here? Value times 1,000 divided by 1,000. Okay. So essentially the other, right? We multiply that by 1,000. Floor that. Oh, see, I have to do this with the colors. Step. Times the step. Oof. I have to do this. Well, maybe I need to create a floor value in my math in the Schnitzel lab. Let's see, math stuff. Struct vec4. I want to have a floor value for that. Lerp vec4 floor v4. That takes in a vector of vec4 v. And then return. Oh yeah, v or floor f on v.x. Floor f. I said floor f on v.r. Wait. xy floor f z no x wait v dot z and floor f on v dot w. Right, that gives us a floor v4. Then we can say floor v4 using the color times multiplied by 1000 times OF and then multiplied by a step. Oh, I see, set. Multiply that by the step. And we do that the same way for the additive color. I think this should be done here. Or I do that in, not here, because this checks if it's actually equals. I do that in the rendering interface in the getMaterialIndex function. Before I power the color, I guess. So like my color is still, or the equals operator is still fine. Material and material. There we go. This would be 100,000 different colors. Otherwise the array is too large. Right? We would have to have too big of an array. That means though that the materials array here should have at least room for 1,000. Right. Is this all just to compare floats? What happened to floats a minus b less than epsilon? Oh, I could do that too? So wait. Tranquil. No, I don't know that you can do that. You can epsilon error value when comparing floats. Yeah, maybe that's better. Okay. So basically what you say here is if color minus wait, so we would have to do a 4 times, right? Dot x y z w. We do the same thing here. Wait, can I yoink that? Is that possible? Yoink? Don't tell me that is possible. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god. That is really cool. Alright. We're cooking with gas here, guys. We're cooking. No! Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I was supposed to... No. Yoink. Look at this Vim user, guys. Look at this Vim user! It's a super jumbo size collector egg. Poor chicken had to squeeze it out. Why don't you use these nuts, Cakez? Alright, and then instead of equals, we do minus. Minus the other color. Right, we put a, whatever that's called here. A brace. And then we say is less than epsilon. We do that here too. Cool, thank you. That is much better than what I had before. I think. Now, what would we determine this epsilon be? Const float epsilon. What would that be? 1 divided by 1,000. So basically 0.01. 0.001f. This allows 1,000 different floats, right? This allows 1,000 different colors. Maybe more. Wait. In one channel. Don't forget F apps, or it only works half the time. F apps. Oh, I see. So this is supposed to be F apps. And that is basically the absolute value of this. So the positive value of this, which is the actual difference between the two, it has to be less than the epsilon to be equal. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I turn this into 100 different colors. Here. And if we notice any bad visuals, I'm proud member of No Fabs. Hi Sturdy, super cool, and also hi Cakez, I guess, by the way. Hello Inukai, good morning, man. What a nice person. Alright, let's see if this works now. That's awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Wait, I do two things now. I shouldn't do this then. Shouldn't do that. Another thing is the semantics of the equals. Considering to approximate color, that seems like it doesn't seem semantically correct. They are in fact approximate and not equals. True. Somehow I prefer rounding it up during creation instead of such comparisons. Easier for debugging when you see a nice rounded values instead of this stuff. So what you mean by that is you find this better. Yeah. Isn't that? It has to be 90% accurate. 99% rather. Gives you visually nice readable stuff for debugging too. This is more readable. I mean, we could do both, essentially, yeah. But maybe that should be in the material constructor. Which I don't really like having a constructor, but... now, if I define one constructor, I have to define them all, don't I? That would be in the material constructor. Always having rounded values from the start sounds nice too. So basically I would have to create the default constructor of material where I set the color. I basically do this in the color. Right? I wonder if I destroyed the constructor just now. He's doing it. Now, I might have destroyed my game with this. Oh yeah. I think. Yep. Now it's complaining about not being able... Wait. No matching function call for draw sprite. Candidate function requires at most 3 arguments. It doesn't understand the constructor for material now. He's gonna get mad like for this. No, I'm not gonna get mad. I expected this to happen. Why round the values like that? Makes no sense to me. Has absolutely no performance gains. Also can probably explain why that's a good idea. The reason why I need to do that is when I have a bunch of particles emitting on the screen and I fade one particle from an alpha value of 1 down to 0, that is an infinite amount of values that I can use for the alpha value. That would mean I would have to have infinite amounts of materials that I send to the GPU that I would need to send these to the GPU. Yeah, we can't do that, guys. So that I can access them in the GPU. But accessing that many amounts of materials is impossible because you don't have that much space. I mostly C-style my stuff, but I use methods and structs more and more. Yeah, I mean, we can't do it, guys. Unfortunately, I cannot have this in the game, and therefore I'm probably gonna keep the epsilon comparison here. Would be cool to have these nice readable values, I agree with you. But I can't, because it breaks my... Isn't your code wrong anyway? It's supposed to be floor time step? Divided by step? No, I think this is correct. This is times 1000 divided by 1000, and the step is this. Methods are nice. I don't like having to call my shit like this. Foobar, blah, blah, blah. You want to have a dynamic parameter? No, I actually want... It's basically not allowing me to use... What did he call it? Having a constructor breaks the design / aggregate construction. It's either / or. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna switch over to the chair, and I need to go to take a bathroom break. So we can't do it essentially because this constructor breaks it, unfortunately, and I can't define this. Properly. So I'm probably gonna use the epsilon comparison, guys. I think pre-20 you can use it, yeah, but I'm using 20 features, unfortunately, you know. So we are out of luck there. Guys, isn't it just a copy constructor that's broken? Can't we just make it so that the copy constructor... something sounds fishy. I'm not interested in understanding a problem, but I'm confused about what comparison is useful for. This comparison is useful for so that what I do is every single entity in the game, or let's say thing in the game, can have a color associated with it. I send two colors to the GPU, a multiplicative color and an additive color. By default, every unit has these two colors. And so when I make my... Reducing the alpha shouldn't need more materials. Yes, because let's say I spawn a particle system of 400 particles. Each of these individual particles can all have a different color over time. So it's fading the particles alpha out. And therefore I will have 400 different alpha values for this one particle system. Now I'm unable to create so many different colors for the GPU. Adding a constructor breaks something. Consider adding init method that could act like a constructor and use it for new stuff cakes. Init is not something I want to call by hand every time. And so if I create a material, I want to this to happen automatically. But maybe it's the copy constructor. You should be able to plug in an alpha value color without material in the material per particle. In the material per particle and do the calculations on the shader. But for me, a particle is just a quad at the moment. So my design, it means a particle is a quad. And that quad uses a material, an index into a material, into an array of colors. I don't have a separate shader for materials at the moment, so I would have to redesign the entire pipeline just so I can spawn materials. I don't have sorry, just so I can spawn particles in their own shader. I have indexed colors, yeah, I'm indexing into colors. It's my design that's not good here. And so the only solution that I found was to limit the amount of colors I have coming to the GPU. That's the solution I came up with. So we'll get rid of this and just use the epsilon for now. You know, I know that there's other ways now, thanks to you guys. I appreciate it, but I really don't want to go into this right now because it would take too long. Okay. You should be able to plug in an alpha color. WC. What is WTC, by the way? Material in the material per particle. And do the calculations on the shader. Texture LUT? Yeah, I don't know what coding green means exactly. Unfortunately. Anyways, so it should still be fine, guys. This is not perfect, but at least it will work for now. Right? Being able to have like 100 different alpha values is still good enough in my opinion. Should still be good enough. Wife tells Cakez what to do. Okay, bro. There we go. Get Meteor. This is the ability that we were testing, the Meteor ability. And it spawned a lot of particles. Did anyone redeem the new Twitch thing today? No, Abef, I did. And it worked, but it got a null on the emote. Okay, so I'm using the Meteor now. Let's see. There we go. Unfortunately, it used the dumb target. Should have used the better one. It uses the first. So this is where the particles spawn. Yeah, and now they fade out, and these are like almost 400 particles, which is why that's not bad, but that's essentially what happens. And I think I can go to Meteor. See, that's the shader header. Meteor. Hey, Meteor. There you go. A material is like an interface to your shader parameters. Like a simple material has two parameters. RGB color and alpha. Excuse me, sorry. Each thing you draw has its own RGB color and alpha. Both can change between draws. If you want to make it indexed, then you need all of these parameters indexed too. Otherwise you can use uniforms or UBO. Yeah, so let me drink. I hate that. It's so dry that I can't talk. I think it should leave an area of impact for some time. You have the same material with different parameters for different woods and not different wood materials. Yeah, so essentially what I have is this. Not sure why it... I hate it, man. Alright, so the different parameters that I'm talking about for my game are colors. So when I send a quad to the GPU, I'm not sending 400 different transforms, they all have their own colors. I'm sending 400 different transforms that index into colors, because I noticed that most of the transforms all use the color white. So why would I duplicate that data? So I chose to have an array of colors somewhere on the GPU, that I can index into using my different transforms. And therefore, at the end of the day, I end up having less data on the GPU. If I have different color values, I need to store them somewhere. Right? Nerf yourself? No, we can talk about this, right? So we can go through this. Think about it. I have 1,000 trees. 1,000 trees. And they all have different colors. If I put the color data, let's say they all have different colors. There's never a color twice between all of these trees. I need to store these different colors somewhere and send them over to the GPU. Right? I need to have that. Whether I put it here or I put it in an array of colors is like these are different solutions, right? I still need that data to be on the GPU because it can be different data. Now I decided to have an array of materials because I noticed that for the most part, everyone is just using white and white. So instead of having, let's say we have 1,000 trees, but only 50 of them have different colors and the other ones are just using the color white. Now I have 50 different materials on the GPU. He wanted to save 2 seconds of compile time by writing the iterators himself. That optimization doesn't seem worth the annoyance. I don't know if this is premature optimization shooting myself in the foot. Because now I'm thinking about, well, okay, if I want to extend this in the future to not only have color and additive color, but also, let's say, a float reflection and a float shininess. Shininess, maybe? And then maybe a float roughness, I guess? I don't know if that exists. So basically, this is like the typical PBR stuff, right? Physics-based rendering. Would that still make sense? Or would I have to split up the colors with these? Like I have materials that only have these values, but then I could still have like a reflection. Don't take a look at the... Yeah, okay. Nice spelling. And you mistyped nice as well, man. Seriously though, it might be valuable for new kind of content. Also, I've seen handmade dudes tweet about views being worthless for technical YouTubers, and he called your reacts out. Not you naming directly, but your style. Seriously though, it might be valuable for you, for your new type of content. The way you describe it seems like to me the most morally correct way to do reacts. What do you mean? Like first and foremost, okay, like handmade dudes are cool. However, why would I listen to someone telling me what to do? I'm just gonna do what I enjoy doing. If people give me 100% dislikes on my video, I still am myself. I have my own life. I have my own interests. If I do things that interest me, I just do that. Like, I don't really care if some morally superior person thinks I shouldn't do that. I don't care, man. It's the internet. Everyone can have their own interest and opinion and do what they do. Now, obviously, people can write stuff below my comments and say, well, your opinion is dog shit. Fine, that's okay. What you do is dog shit. That's okay. I'm putting myself, my opinion out on the internet. People can react to it and say it's dog shit. 100%. That's totally, I know that this can happen and will happen. That's totally okay, right? The music Lemao, yeah. However, I'm not gonna let someone else tell me what to do because they think that's the right thing to do, because they are mad or have their own belief system and they want to... No. Nå, hjælp for runter! You know, so like it's totally fine to have that opinion, but don't impose that on others. Like the beauty of life is that we are all different. We all have different interests. We all have different opinions. We all have different viewpoints. And I'm just gonna do what I like doing. And if I like doing these reacts together with other stuff, don't care, man. Don't care. I'm not gonna go on the internet, on Twitter and fight a war. I don't really have time to fight. Anyways, so yeah, that's the idea. Maybe your opinion is wrong. I'm totally open to my opinion being wrong, right? But then give me like a valid criticism on where I'm wrong so I can learn, right? You must do the content I like. Yeah, no, exactly, Ramis, my man. And so far, I don't think I have been that wrong. But I would love to get feedback, of course, right? Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me what I do wrong. Tell me where my opinion or my viewpoint is not correct, so I can learn, right? Now, for example, let's talk about the Steam stuff. I said before that Steam takes a look at how long people play your game and how many times your game gets sold to the viewers, or not the viewers, to the players. Now, the video we watched today basically confirmed these two theories. Because it makes sense. More rage needed. Hello, Travis Roman. So, Travis Roman, I had some issues with your Delta time stuff yesterday. I was calculating it wrong, so I took a look at your tutorial on the Windows platform, and I saw you query the frequency when you create the window, which is really smart, right? Actually, I did a test here, right? Yeah. So essentially, you can't query the performance counter using a double directly. It seems like that was bad. I tried that. With your mindset, you're not going to be wrong that often, too smart, and you think exactly how things are and what makes sense, my man, audio speak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the good feedback, bro. I appreciate it, Mo. We are not different on opinions, are mostly data inefficiencies or corrupted interpreters. Anyway, so yeah, I did that. Yeah, you have to store the result of the division as a double, not the original value. Yeah, that's right, number one. And apparently, whenever I query the time again, I also have to multiply that by the clock frequency. And then what I do here is I took your absolute time function. That was really cool. But I removed the start time because otherwise it would start at like 20,000 or 200,000. You didn't do that, but yeah. Like that was very helpful, essentially. So now it's actually easier. Now I have delta time, where whenever you call it, it gives you like an updated delta time between last and now. Maybe this function is still not great, but yeah. But yeah, very helpful. Just wanted to point that out. The way I had it before was when I unlocked my frame rate, right, using vertical sync. Unlocked vertical sync basically made the game run 100 times faster or something. So there was something wrong that we did in the first implementation, you know, there was something missing. Not sure what it was, but yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, what he defends reactors actually, so maybe read it before clown ranting. It's about adding value. Can't share links on YouTube, unfortunately, but it's his third last tweet. And I think it's a valid way to add value with React. Basically, instead of taking someone's effort, you would add value to it and still give something back to the original creator. But that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's why I go deep into these games. That's why I take a look at these I take a look at these other sites. I try to draw comparisons between games. Like, I'm doing exactly that. I'm not just sitting there watching the video. I'm sitting there watching the video and I'm trying to draw parallels. So I think you're wrong, and I think they are wrong too. Sorry, but no. If I was just sitting there watching the video doing nothing, okay, I agree. But I'm not. So I think this is wrong. Totally wrong. I think I could do a better job, of course, but I'm still learning. No. So like, okay, if that's the point, then tell me exactly what I should be doing better, because that is, can you show how to link against includes and libs in VS Code? Can you show how to link against libs in VS Code and includes in Visual Studio Code? Yeah, sure, but it has nothing to do with Visual Studio Code. It is just a compiler thing, brother. A compiler wants you to link and include. So, for example, a compiler would like you to Clang, for example, in this case, we use Clang++ here. They want you to link libraries using the -l operator. So, L, user 32. L, minus L, sorry, GDI 32. Minus L, OpenGL 32. And then if you want to add another folder to look at libraries, you know, so that the compiler can take not only a look at the Windows libraries, but let's say your own libraries, let's say free type, for example, in this case, you specify a capital L and give it a relative folder path to where, either a relative folder path to where the executable is being compiled. So in my case, that would be the folder Cakez framework here at the top. Let me make that bigger. And if I were to, like, I don't know, einklappen in English, right? This is where the build file is. So relative to this path, there you can see third party. That is what I'm linking against here. Or I'm adding this third party lib path, which means this folder right here. This is where you can say free type, SDL, SDL2.main, collapse. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Collapse. Yeah. Thank you, guys. And then you add in the other lib that is supposed to be in that pointer. My point is to read off stream what he wrote. He has many points. I can't summarize it here in chat, especially since you're not really that kind of person who would read stuff patiently. It's okay. Well, link me that somewhere then. Sure, I will read it, but again, I will not let anyone dictate me on how I am supposed to do what I enjoy doing. If I enjoy talking about something and someone tries to, how do you say that in English? It's his last tweet, I can't link it here. If someone wants to dictate you on how to live your life, no, it is an English way to say that. Tell it in German. It's a nice way to say that in English. Patronize, I guess. It's like what Sweet Baby Inc. is trying to do to games, so that they are more inclusive. Essentially, it is essentially that. It's not manipulate. Anyways, did that answer your question, bro? Where was it? Did that answer your question? Golaman. So we need a file like build.sh in VS Code? No, you don't need a file like build.sh. You can use CMake, of course. I mean, yeah, you're an idiot, of course. Yeah, you are an idiot. Shut the fuck up, Lilia. I should ban you for that. Let me see here. Let me open up the build.batch file. You can also, but this is a terrible example. It's too big, man. I'm sorry. This is a terrible example by me. There's too many things going on here. Essentially, what C++, how C++ builds Colamam. You should probably learn how C++ builds its executables before you ask questions about how to build in Visual Studio Code or in Visual Studio, because this is the unfortunate side effect of using Visual Studio from the get-go. They take away, basically the way C++ builds is by having a compiler that could be CL, that's from Microsoft, or that could be Clang. And then in using that Clang file, you use a main.cpp file to compile it. And it's trying to find that Clang file right here, that Clang command is a compiler that, I wonder if I can find that here even. Probably not. Actually can. That Clang binary file is an executable that is called a compiler that you can install on your Windows machine. That compiler is not there by default. It is a specific program, an executable that is compiling your C++ code files. It's looking for main function and some other things into its own executable that can then be run by the operating system. And so in order to understand how you build, let's say in Visual Studio or in Visual Studio Code, you need to learn what a compiler in C++ is and how to invoke that compiler to build programs. And the easiest way to do that is to find a very basic tutorial about C and C++. And I think the best one that I can show you is... Where's the intro to C? I think he does a really good job. There you go. This guy shows you hopefully how to install a compiler and use the compiler on the command line. I usually have heap memory problem when I'm trying to build C++. What's it about it? Heap memory is allocated memory during the lifetime of your program. That means you're leaking memory. But that's normal when you're just starting out, because you use the different C++ features and you don't know which of them is allocating which ones of them are allocating memory and which ones are not. And if you just keep allocating some of them, of course you will leak. But this is something you learn over time. The easiest way is to start with C, because then you have to call like these malloc and freeze yourself, and you start to learn, okay, so this allocates memory, this doesn't, and then you have a C++ construct, like let's say a vector. You understand that, okay, so a vector, it's learning, bro. I think what I can recommend to you is a basic C++ tutorial. You should probably do that first. Start from the very beginning. Get to know the background of how a C++ program is built, and then you will understand easier on how, let's say, you can build a program in Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio for that matter. Because Visual Studio hides all of this behind their own options, like their own UI and stuff. How much heap memory can I use? Well, how much the operating system has, bro. Like if you have 16 gigabytes, maybe that, maybe less, something like that. At some point, the operating system will tell you, yeah, I'm out of money here. So I've never compiled C++ without Visual Studio, but I think you understand how it works, right? Real super cool. You're probably not adding that much technical value with a reaction video, so make sure you don't add emotional value in its place. It's a direct quote. So make sure to add emotional value in its place. It's a direct quote. Some things he mentioned was, for example, to mention ways to support the original creators during your react instead of just watching. I see, so basically I did the same thing that Asmongold is doing, where I say, well, here's the video, I link it, watch it, and then I put the link in the video description. But you mean like go to their page and say, well, if you want to support this guy, that's a good feedback, yeah. That's actually really, really good idea. I should do that, yeah. So I should manage it by destroying and reloading assets. You should be able to free memory. You should free your memory if you allocate memory, yes. If you keep on allocating new memory, then you run out of memory at some point, yeah. You should manage that, yeah. Like Patreons, games, or websites, yeah. Not just watching, there's no value in views, according to him. No, I think it's the discussion around it that creates the value. Because you are extending the video by discussing further details. That's what I like, at least. That's where I can see the value. If I watch a video about, let's say, this guy's game, the value comes in taking a look at the reviews because he didn't do that in the video. Or taking a look at maybe some similar games to draw parallels. I think that's where I see the value. But I can see what you mean. I mean, I'm still learning, right? Like, but I really like this. So I'm gonna keep doing it. But yeah, thank you, Nukai. Again, if you were to come on Discord, you could link me these things, because YouTube doesn't allow you to link stuff. I know. I'm sorry about that. Cakez, I think I linked what Inukai means in Discord React. Looks interesting for a creator. Okay, fine. Let's take a look at this then. Alright, let's take a look here. Discord. I closed it? So this is in... Wait, I should not show that. This is in relation to reacting to videos. This is, I think, Handmade Hero. Talking about reactions. Now, oftentimes... Oh god, that's a lot. Yeah, I should probably read this in silence. Please try to bring better energy to the space, not worse, since that is the main place you can add value. You're probably not adding that much technical value to a reaction video, so make sure you add emotional value. I think this is really demeaning. To be honest, I'm sorry, but I think this is actually quite mean. Maybe, but like, he's just assuming that in a reaction video, no one can add, or you're probably not adding much technical value, which is, I think it's actually, it depends. Like maybe the majority, I don't know. I'm sorry, but I think this is actually just mean. My honest opinion. You know. So basically, it's because it's basically in a way saying that you probably don't know anything about what the guy is talking about, right? You're learning it at the moment, so make sure to not try to be smart or something. Like, it's really demeaning in a way, which I find... Prime is fantastic at this, so be like Prime if you can. Prime? Is he talking about Primogen? For example, you can see a Coke reaction stream we did together. Primogen? Yeah, Primogen. That is an hour long though. Yeah, that's a really long video. I guess I'll watch it then off stream. Prime Vegan. Where you can see in real time how he subtly redirects some of my technical negativity about the article towards something lighter. Aha, this is impressive, Immo, and a great value add. I see, so he's interesting. Yeah, okay, I'll watch that. Yeah, I mean, it is quite negative. This right here is why you won't find me doing reaction videos on my own, because they would be too critical. Okay, but I'm happy to do reaction videos with Prime because he makes it much more pleasant for everyone. And in my experience, this is true both for domains he is unfamiliar with, like the video I just linked in on microarchitecture, and domains he is familiar with, like web infrastructure. Interesting. Okay, that's actually a really interesting take. Yeah, that's it. Redirecting out of context and calling it demeaning is exactly the stuff he calls out. That he calls out bad. He never pretended he knew something he didn't, nor criticized something. He said, I'd say, unless he actually understood the thing I was talking about. Include a plug or whatever the person's actual revenue stream is. Take time to figure out what that is and include the verbal non-screen. Okay, that's actually really good. Yeah, like this is what people often, like they often see only the reacts and then they think it's that this guy is just doing only reacts. I got that too actually, where that's not true. I have released like 5 videos in the last 6 months, or maybe 6 videos that have each created a game or covered a language, maybe even more videos on that. And also like 2, actually 3 game videos right now that are highly edited. And then I have maybe like 10 or 12 reaction videos. And the feedback I got is, hey, Cakez, you're only doing React. No, I have started to do more React, but there's like, I do a lot of different types of content, yeah. But you get this, that's normal. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna save this thread. It's actually not that negative. Don't think it is as negative as I thought it would be. That's thank you, Inukai. Yeah, that is really cool. Okay. So, yeah, I think I should not be as negative towards something. I think you're right. Yeah. However, like, so here's what I find difficult to do though. Like, for example, and maybe you guys, maybe we can talk about this. Let's have a discussion about this, right? Let's talk about the tanks, but no tanks game. Okay? We talked about this yesterday. So I'm trying to figure out right, we watched a video, I think it was 2 days ago, and then the guy said, "Oh, I advertised the game in the wrong audience, and I'm being called by my wife. I can't finish my point. Essentially, his point was he advertised the game to the wrong audience, and that's why it didn't do very well. And then we took a look at the game. Guys, my wife's calling. Very important. Okay, very important call from my wife asking me if I want to have döner kebab. Because she knows that I have work to do today, you know, writing scripts. And she's like, "Hey, you want to have döner kebab so you don't have to you don't have to you know, make the food yourself later, you know, because I basically cook every day." What a great wife. Yeah, what a giga chat. Thank you so much. Did you order a jumbo? No, I ordered 2. But it's so expensive. Are you sure? It's so expensive. They cost like 7 euros, 6 euros. I think it's way too expensive. I started making döner kebabs myself. And I think they cost me like at most €1 to do. This is what I did. These ones. I do these. I use eggs together with Schnittlauch. Chives, I think it's called, and Zwiebeln, onions, and then I put in Krautsalat, the red salad. I put in a thing, and I make 2 of these, and I make my own sauce as well. I buy like yogurt and some pepper sauce, some pepper Frischkäse in English, and then I mix the two so that it is a little bit more liquefied. And then I add a little bit of hot sauce in there so it's hotter. Are you a vegetarian? No, I'm not a vegetarian. The reason why I use eggs is, and also vegetarians, eggs, is it vegetarian if you're eating eggs? Eggs are cheaper, that's why. And they are faster to make. If I buy a package of eggs, it lasts for 4.5 of these. So basically, I use 4 eggs for such a portion. Some vegetarians eat eggs, I see. No, I'm not. And so like one of them is, I don't know, maybe €1, at most €2 compared to 6. And so I can eat 2 of these a day and they fill me up very, very much. Anyways, so yeah, anyways.
And push
What did you put in that sandwich? Krautsalat, Rotkohl, tomato, eggs with chives and muskatnuss and pepper and salt and yeah, I just listed it, but he just came here and onions. So yeah, and my own sauce. A lot of stuff. Yeah, I tried to put in a lot of stuff. Anyways, so my question is, right? Let's talk about this, and then we go back to the game. Okay, I promise. So if I make a react to a video and they show this game in the video like we did yesterday, and then this guy, like his point was that he didn't advertise the game to the correct audience and therefore the game didn't work. He advertised the game to Counter-Strike audience and this game is more like a handheld device audience, which I agree with. This looks more like a handheld device, right? I've seen kids play on handheld devices and I see what types of games they play. Now my big... Like, it's a criticism, but like my own opinion is that I think the game is just not that appealing, which is a negative point, I think. I want to talk about this honestly and critically, you know? Imagine you failed and then the YouTube clown says, well, your game sucks, make a better game though. This is kind of dick-ish. While kick when they're already down. I'm not trying to kick him. I'm not trying to say your game sucks. But if we want to talk about this like critically and try to learn from this, right? No döner meat, no döner kebab. I know. It's not really a döner kebab. Right, I would love to talk about this in a critical way, right? So, like, we have to be honest in a way, right? I can't say the game's good when it's when it has some obvious flaws that we can see and we could talk about. Like, I don't mean that in like a mean way, but in an honest way. Right? I'm not trying to be mean because it's basically there to learn from, right? You haven't tried the game. Mini Motorways looks simple as well. Just look up that game. See what people think about it, Cakez. Mini Motorways. Okay. Mini Motorways. This one? It's overwhelmingly positive. Okay. Is it just okay? The quality is bad of the image. I think the colors look much better, to be honest. The colors pop out way more. That's what I see here in comparison. Like at first glance, it looks just more appealing at first glance, and it looks a lot more polished. Like if I take a look at the UI and the objects in the game, if I take a look and compare that to, I mean, we would have to basically have them side by side, right? But this is mostly just, well, boxes, right? It's as simple as fuck, just a terrific idea. But I mean, we can see it's all 100% positive. But then it looks like the people that played... Oh, stop it, man. They played for a very short time, right? 1.8 hours. So that's what we were taking a look at yesterday too. So what I got from these numbers here is that on average they play below 1 hour. This one looks better from the outside, more appealing, and I think in general maybe we can see here. We can't really go off negative reviews from the other one, but look at the hours played. 40, 150, 18. You can barely see any... You can barely see anything like sub 1 hour that are recommended. I think it's an important metric. And so basically we were just trying to figure out, okay, what could be the reason? And the reason why people don't play for long, we don't know, right? We don't know that reason. So when I see this, Cakez make a hentai game called Spanx, but not Spanx. Stop it, you know? But it's kind of unsolicited advice. Remember how bad you felt the day where everyone had negative points to say about your game? You wanted to quit streaming at that point? No. Absolutely not. Never. Not a single time. Huh? No. When people told you to focus on gameplay first, which is still valid point, but separate discussion, you told us to stop. You will stop streaming is what you said. Oh, that's different though. That's different. I was working on my game and I was actually working on gameplay and people tried to like redirect what exactly I worked on. That's completely different. That's completely different. People were basically trying to say, oh, don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. Which is that's completely different. If someone tells me this in your game is bad and that happened, I think it's this guy. Someone, no, this is not the guy. This is no commentary. First look, this guy.
Cakez TD, and as you guys know, I love tower defense games, and this is just a demo. The full version has yet to have an announcement for when it will be released. Developer and publisher is Cakez. Again, it was Cakez TD.
He's already getting frustrated. Watch. Watch.
I have no money. I lost. What is going on? I didn't click there. That's the thing. Oh wow, you can barely hear anything in here.
I'm muted. I'm muted. Still muted. Oh, I'm a dumbass.
I didn't click there. Okay, let's
This was the best video I ever watched of my game, man.
Can we get to main menu now?
I felt so
Okay,
bad
so
about putting out such a game.
Sure.
I was like, shit, man, I need to improve my game. And it got a million times better because of that. No layer for input. No, essentially the way it worked before then is you had to click and then hold the left mouse button and drag. That's what you had to do. And what he did was he just tapped the button, which placed the unit behind the UI element. He's gonna figure that out, but he's already annoyed.
Yeah.
No drag equals instant loss, yeah.
Okay.
He keeps doing
Again, it
it.
just clicked.
See? So that was the best feedback I ever got on my game.
Am I so out of touch?
He's totally pissed.
No.
Anonymous is gifting 1 subs to the community.
Wow, there we go.
You see that?
So ridiculous. Alright, well, this is just a demo, so.
And he's already tired
Always good
already.
to know. So
It's
we
2
can put
minutes in the game,
things
man.
in the path. That's the purpose of it, I guess. It's to slow them down and then the size.
Watch what happens next, guys. Watch what
Which is
happens
not
next.
typical for these type of things.
Watch what happens next. Watch what happens next.
Now that it finally worked, this is actually not too bad. Can we speed this up?
Now what happens? He doesn't have heroes, guys.
I can only buy 2 heroes.
He's gonna lose, guys. Yeah,
Alright,
my
so
god.
there's no explanation.
Rage quit. He's already pissed, man. Oh, man. He just clicks a random skill here. Doesn't read anything. It's like a Quinn
Alright,
69
so we
player.
lost again, okay. There was better explanation on these things.
Yeah, so no explanation at all. Average TD player, yeah. Non-tutorial. Tutorial. Zoomer brains. I wonder if he dies again, actually. Like you using new software? Yeah, actually, yeah. So, like, this was so valuable to me. I get what you mean. If someone is sad about the game, someone saying the game's shit is even worse, right? But like when someone told me, Cakez, you should work on this, Cakez, you should work on that. If you guys want to see it, it's here. Like it's more, but yeah, that's basically the first feedback I ever got from someone that is not watching my stream playing the game. And it was insanely valuable for me. But the discussion where I said I'm gonna stop my stream is while people were constantly complaining about what I do on stream. It has nothing to do with feedback on the game. If someone tells me what you have in your game is shit and it's a valid criticism, I take it. It's different, man. Inukai, it's different. There was a completely different vibe. Absolutely. But I can see if I like go ahead right into, let's say, a game, right? And then say, oh, the game's shit. That's obviously totally negative, right? So I should be careful with that and should talk about more. Where's that here? Store page. I should talk more about, well, okay, what can we take away from this game while not being too negative, right? I see that. I can totally understand, right? Say, oh, okay, so what do I think here? But like my original opinion, I think it's still like that's just an opinion on me. And I think the value in there is, well, maybe we can learn from this, right? What can we learn from this? Well, I think the colors are too desaturated. They look washed out. And therefore, it doesn't create much contrast. If I take a look of the image here and this image here, it has much higher contrast and therefore it pops more. Right? If you take a look at these two colors here. Right? This just looks all mostly one color, not much difference between these colors. And it looks cheap because it is mostly hard edges boxes, while in here, if you take a look at the boxes, they spend time to make them round. And it is actually an art style that reminds you of apps on your phone. Right? A trick to put out the game in grayscale and see if it is easy to read. Oh, really? That's what you could do? So we could take this image, go into Photopea. I think the colors are mostly fine, but the geometry is too bland. And then we put it here. Then we apply a filter. How did I do this again? Yeah, or maybe we can apply like a color filter here, right? Selective color. And then we take... No, I think it's not selective color. It is... Sorry about that. hue and saturation, and then we desaturate it. We take that and we take motorways, copy image. Photopea. Wait, you're supposed to create a new tab. I think it's that reciprocal. You think the geometry. And then we create a hue saturation and we desaturate this. We would have to take a look at this like side by side, right? Shit. Yeah, I mean, it's Photopea being kind of dog. Sorry about that. I mean, what can you do? Let me zoom out here. Essentially these two together. What do you think? I think this has more contrast in general than this. Especially what we can see here, or what I can see here, is the background. Much more contrast on motorways, yeah. It makes it much clearer to read than this. The important things are much more readable. Cakez, look at the comments on that review video. Which review video are you talking about? Which review video? Can you link it? The one we watched? Yesterday? I don't know which one you mean. This one? Oh, the one the Cakez 3. Yeah, wait. Just wanted to let you know, the video was super helpful for the developer back then. He realized how dog shit the drag and drop issue was for the new players, and he fully reworked the game from the ground up. My man. My man. Goodness. Look at that. Aha. Is there more? Is there more comments? No, it's really super cool. Goodness. Thank you. Hey, Cakez, I've been teaching myself into Godot for the past 8 months, and I've been working on my first big project that I want to sell. Is it a bad idea to do this instead of making a bunch of small games? No. No. You do it, don't expect much, learn from the experience. Like, I think making a small game and releasing it is the best thing you could do. You will learn a lot from that, and listen to the feedback. Listen to the feedback, and then see how it goes. Anyways, let's close this. We are already at 3 hours in. No, I think you're onto something there, man. Try to not make it too big, if you can. I know everyone says that, right? It's typical advice. The advantage you have when you release your game, even if it doesn't blow up, is experience that you gain from releasing the game. And well, I can recommend you this watch here. Where is it? Huh?
Hey everybody, this is Eric.
I'm gonna link you this. Take a look at this. And try to get feedback. Don't just add colorblind mode. That is just a colorblind filter. Another thing I would recommend for accessibility is testing to apply a colorblind filter to see if the game is still readable. Colorblind filter. Okay. I'm gonna write that down for something to do in the future. So, Inukai. You see my point here? So guys, I would like to get some feedback on what we just discussed, right? We were talking about these two games, or this game in particular, and we wanted to talk about, okay, well, what can we find out why the game
Then we
didn't
do
work out,
control.
right? My point is my last loop by.
And then I
Feedback
search
early is
for
different
minus.
from when everything is done, you could still
There
act
we
on
go.
it.
Okay,
Later,
so
it's just adding
let's
more
try this
regret.
again. God damn it!
It's a loud clip, I know. Sorry. No, we just learned from this guy that this guy still has a chance. I think you're not right there. Guys, I'm trying. Like, listen, I'm alone, okay? I'm trying to do these things. I'll try to normalize the audio when I get the time. I know that it's shit. I'll try, okay, bro? My gets up. I'm trying. I know it sucks. He can still change the game. This is not set in stone. He could still change the art style. Like, it's never set in stone. It's not like your game is out. Like, we just watched the video and it explained to us that your game is never dead on Steam. It can change, and you know, not realistically, how many games do you know where that happens instead of Outliners like the Vampire Survivors? No, we just watched a video from the guys on Steam, from Steamworks directly, that explained to us that if your game is not doing well on release, you can change the game with updates and patches and still make it a success. So it is only as realistic as this guy puts in the time to do that. That has nothing to do with Steam or a missed launch. And if I remember correctly, Pogo Stuck on launch was also not a success. It died off really quickly, but Real Superku survived it, resurrected it with updates. We talked about this. Among Us was pretty under the radar until 2020 when it suddenly blew up. Not all games are gonna be instant success. So we are just taking a look at a game that we see and we are pointing out what we could think could be done better. It was successful at launch, but you said it died off pretty quickly, right? And then because of Japan, your game is alive. Because there's a lot of people in Japan that play your game, as far as I understand. That's like basically the gist of it that I still remember. He is competing with games that have many wish lists on launch for visibility. It is not realistic. I just don't agree. I'm sorry. Yeah, after 5 months. Yeah. I just don't agree. Like everything that we just watched and learned points towards if you're able to make your game better and improve upon your game, you're getting chances from Steam. Steam gives you a chance all the time. And I think that message is just much more powerful than, oh, you missed your chance at launch and it's over now. Time to move on. Now, if you want to move on, that's a different opinion. But if you want to make your game better, then I think that message is just much more positive as well. I think that's just a better message than, oh shit, it's over now. I shouldn't talk about what went wrong. Like, not to be negative, but to learn, you know, to experience, or not to experience, but to find out, okay, what could have been done better. Chances with small odds, with how small odds, because having 100,000 views on release is going to be put into more people than a game. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Again, what is it? Not Immortals, right? Immortals of Avium. They had everything on release. They had everything. And it just completely flopped. 200,000 Twitch viewers and only 700 people playing. That is the exact same Twitch viewers that Last Epoch had. But Last Epoch had 260,000 players playing. They have 18 right now. They had 700 playing because the game just wasn't good. And it still isn't good. They didn't manage to climb at all. And it doesn't look like they are changing anything. Or maybe they are, but slowly. It is also a waste to leave a game a couple of patches short at that point. Like after 2 years of dev, you quit. Well, you can at least invest a couple of other months into making it better. If you have a successful second game, it's also possible that the first one will get more visibility again. Yeah, because people are checking it out. I know what your point is. I know that your point is that you put all of your energy and focus it on release, and then that blows and you're left with nothing. And that's what these people have. They focus all of their energy onto release. They have the wish list emails, they have the maybe discount emails, they have the Steam traction, because, you know, it's all of this coming together. But you get a second chance. When you create a patch, you do discounts, 20%, then you send out an email. Then at that patch, you do a big marketing campaign with Twitch. That is your second chance. These points, we just learned that. You can basically recreate that chance at any point in time. That's what we just learned. You see what I mean? I'm saying that you get a chance constantly. We learned today 20% discount sends an email to all of the wish lists. So if your launch fucks up, you can still gather wish lists. Then it sends out another email to 20% discount. When you set it to 20% discount, this is when you capitalize. You put a patch, put 20% discount. You market to Twitch viewers and Twitch streamers and YouTubers. Maybe you market your game on other sites as well. That's what I learned today, right? That is a huge impact too. Sorry, but I think you're wrong there, Inukai. You know? That's what I learned. That's what I think. Like, I think that's a much more positive message than you fucked up your release, it's over. Right? Guys, do you guys agree? Am I coping here? With your same argument, there's no point in marketing at all. No, that's not the same. A release hold all sales back, and then the bundles them into a single release point. The important part is the huge impact. Getting many sales in a short window is the best thing. It does more to the algorithm than the same sales over 5 years. No, that's not true. Take a look at Stardew Valley. Take a look at this. Take a look. Come on. Oh my god. Yeah! Okay. Just a second. Take a look at this. This is what blew me away. Come on. Load, man! Load! I would really need the doner kebabs right now. I could really take the doner kebabs right now. It's really impressive. Okay, there we go. Take a look at this. This is over the entire span. Release. Take a look at this. Just take that in for a second, okay? And this is supposedly one of the best games created ever. Ever. You see that? Player count is also an increase in sales count, bro. Goodness. I wonder what happened there, actually. I didn't know that it was so crazy. I knew about this bump right here. This is probably a patch or something. Humble bundle. And then this is another humble bumble. But this is... I don't actually know what happened here. Is that the chocolatier releasing or something? Is the chocolatier out yet? Don't think so, right? It was a patch. Wow. Now, I don't have access to his sales data, right? I don't have access to this, but I'm pretty sure they got a huge amount of sales there at that point. Like I would eat my own dick if they didn't get a lot of sales during that point. Absolutely. Like that, I'm 99% sure. Like there's no way. Do you have the flexibility? I mean, we'll have to figure that out. You know? Like, listen, I'm so confident here. Like I'm 100% sure, because it is traction, right? It is traction to the game, and it's another patch. Obviously, we hold you to it. I don't have access to the numbers, but I'm pretty sure here. What will you eat after your own dick? Because you'll surely be hungry? Oh man, I would be fed for multiple days, bro. You have no idea, Iffy. You have absolutely no idea. Okay. See, like, so it's okay. I mean, you can disagree there. Like, I don't want to change your mind, but I think you're wrong on this. I think you always have the chance with Steam at any point in time. Right? I think you always have the chance. Have a chance. It's slightly going up over time. Yeah. Yeah? Oops. Cyberpunk 6? What am I looking at? Can't even find the Cyberpunk game. Goodness. What is wrong with these guys? Difficult to say. Wow, 1 million players, crazy. They went up over time too. And then these are releases. Patches, right? Updates, yeah. No, I think you can, yeah. At least I think that is, you know, putting the same amount of effort into a new game is likely be way smarter. I don't know. But anyways, so Cyberpunk with tit cells, just the way it is. I think this just looks very cheap compared to this. This looks more fleshed out and polished in terms of art. The UI too, a little bit here. And not to be negative, but that's just like we are trying to look at games and learn, right? That's the last time I'm talking about this because I spent too much time on this. So I want you guys, do you think that this opinion is negative, guys? I wanna, like, can we create a poll? I think this game looks cheap. Is this negative? Negative? Is this negative? Most of people are gonna say 50-50 or yes. Yes, no, it's feedback. Yes, negative. Make it more positive. There you go. Let's make it 2 minutes or 3 minutes long. Would be cool if you guys could give me some feedback there. Make a mid option. Too late. Cheap, not worth money. Not something, as long as you have reasonable feedback instead of this is shit because my butt hurts. This is a negative way to say, I think. I think instead you should give feedback on what to improve upon in a game. I see. So instead of saying, okay, this looks cheap, but I think I already did. I think it looks a little bit too washed out and I would create more contrast. And I would maybe replace the geometry with some more high quality geometry. That's what I would do. As like a first test. Work on the colors chosen and the geometry. I think the tanks look a little bit, maybe their tanks are a bit small, maybe make them bigger. Yeah, and I mean the coins look a little bit, I wonder if these are coins, they look a little bit bland. I would make them more shiny. People get attached to their work. If you say it's shit, they will take it very bad. You need to say what's bad and how to improve it. So what I just did is better, what you guys are saying. You could create that level with Unity in Unity with 15 minutes, placing blocks with the default texture. If you look at it, if it had a different art, it would be more interesting. But as now, I suggest in my library would skip without even checking. So that's the feedback I just gave. Is that a better? Better colors would go a long way. Yeah, so I think better geometry and colors. Yeah, is better. Okay. Okay, it's almost 50-50. I thought so. Well, thank you guys. All right. I mean, I like talking about this. It's important to me because I don't want to come off as negative, of course, right? I don't want to come off as this, oh, I know better, I'm the king of feedback. No, I don't want to come off as that, right? I use this to learn. And I'm very critical. I don't want to be like this clown that's, no, absolutely not. Those shadows help blend everything together, which makes it worse. You think the shadows? I wonder how they do it here. They do have darker shadows, it looks like. So they also have shadows, and they have like a light gradient here to lift the map of the, I wonder what they're like, sea, ocean, water. And then what I see here is the background uses low contrast. You see the grass with the white is very washed out. And here the background is very high in saturation or higher in saturation. And therefore the more saturated foreground, which is important, gets eaten up by the background. If you explain more than just saying looks cheap, like you just did, talk about color and geometry, then I think it's a constructive feedback. Okay, thank you guys. But that is not a new lesson for you, so what are you learning? You already know that cheap looking games are bad. Like, what is your actual lesson here? My actual lesson is something I learned a long time ago, which is contrast. And I try to do that in my game. Bright colors that contrast and tell exactly what's going on. And my hope here is that maybe I'm still doing it wrong, that this character is clearly able... It can clearly tell apart the character from the enemies and the roads. I can clearly see the road. I can clearly see my characters and maybe the enemies. So what I'm trying to do here is have reading based on the picture without telling a story. Basically tell a story using art. Black background or black outlines for the enemies only. Lighter outlines for my units, brighter orange colors for my unit, while mostly white, while mostly using white color, like skeleton-like undead theme for the enemies. And using a bright green background with a contrasty road so we can clearly see where the enemies are walking. I learned that a long time ago. Something like that. Yeah. Your advice is pointless unless the creator actually gets it. No, Inuka, I think you're wrong there. If someone else gets the advice and learns something from that, if only one person learns that and makes a better game from it, it's not pointless at all. Did you put your game in grayscale? No, I did not. I mean, we could do that here. I think it will perform very badly on grayscale, I'm pretty sure. But let's see. Whoops. Let's see here. So that's the game. What was that? Hue saturation. Can't really tell apart much, huh? It's bad. Cakez, I'm always here learning from the various points of views I get from you in chat. Yeah, I think we learn a lot here. If your point is to give feedback, or at least link the video, so they can defend, engage with it, write it to their YouTube video. You should write it to the YouTube video so they can defend, engage with it, or at least link the video. Well, you can't link it, but just message them. Did you put your game in grayscale? Let's try and compare the three. I already deleted the other two, unfortunately. It's already deleted. The trees are good, characters not so much. Yeah, it looks like the characters are not creating a good contrast with the background. However, the enemies do. So these characters are mostly in the same color space as the background. And I can see that here as well. Yeah. That's a good thing to do. Well, we reacted to a video, Inukai, on someone talking about someone else's game. And usually, yeah. So where am I supposed to link that? I can't really. Shut the fuck up, I don't want to be like Cakez. Anyways, let's go back to programming. Let's see here. We don't have enough energy for the meteor. So this is what the meteor looks like normally, once we have enough energy. And it doesn't deal any damage. Right? When is the jester being added? What are you talking about? Anyways, I will take a look at Mr. Prime Reacts and see what he does there, right? And what he does at the end of the videos and what he does to shout out others and try to learn so I don't come off as this guy that just leeches. Maybe something for another time, but I'm curious about balloons in grayscale. We can do that right now, actually. Because I have a video of balloons. That's interesting. Here. No, wait. YouTube. The old recordings. Wait a minute. We just take this, right? Let's make a new. Oh, I see. The road is very clear. I can tell the road apart. I can't tell the road apart. So what a good lesson I learned with YouTube is make your thumbnail really small so you can see it from far away. And if you can still tell what's going on, it's a good thumbnail. I can't really tell what's going on here. Like the road is kinda clear. However, this is much more clear. At least the roads. The characters, yeah, not so much. They blend into the background a bit. The units in balloons are much clearer as well, yeah. Not crazy, but a bit for sure. Not as much as the roads though, yeah. The road seems to be the most important part of the image. Let me try to get a picture where there's actually balloons on the road. Shit, I'm a fucking dumbass. That's a good one, I think. They died too fast. Fine, like this. I don't think it's a fair comparison. Your game's pixel art. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you make these excuses, you're already lost. It doesn't matter whether my game is pixel art or not. That has absolutely nothing to do with this. You can't really tell the balloons apart from the background. It's color. It has nothing to do with pixel art or not. It is literally just the color values. Basically, if I were to choose a different color that pops up, that contrasts with the background much better, I would get this bright color here. The balloon side needs a bit more smaller, yeah, but it doesn't matter how small I make it. It's still clear as day that the road is just much cleaner. I don't think this grayscale check does much. Contrast between Tangy and grass color is very high, but the grayscale is not. Yeah, of course. But we are talking about, yeah. You should also use image black white to get correct luminance values. Not sure what that means. It's the filter, maybe? In the middle drop down here, it's the middle drop down you had open, top left. No, guys, just tell me which menu then, please. I don't know what top left means. Huh? Color fill, gradient fill, brightness fill. Just say which menu. Top left means bottom right. This is top left, but it's file, guys. Black/white. Ah. And then what am I supposed to do here? Default values should be good. And then what? But it doesn't do anything. Because I'm not changing any values. Watch. Nah, this is bad. And this, by the way, does nothing. Before you decrease saturation to 0. Yeah. I'm supposed to add black and white. Okay. And I do that here too. Okay. What does that do? Oh, wow. Okay. So, what does that tell me? Is that a good or a bad thing? I can clearly see the road now, but is that good? It looks incorrect. Now it looks like it has more contrast than balloons, yeah. It needs a magnifier. Cakez studying his game on Steam be like. Oops. I can't click. This is not safe for work, bro. I don't think I'm allowed to show that, brother. Why is the image size of your penis? I said that earlier. It's not safe for work 100%. Yeah. I said that earlier because if you make a picture very small and you can still tell what's going on, it's a good picture. It depicts accurately what you want to depict. That's a trick you can see that you learn by making YouTube thumbnails. If you have a thumbnail that you think is good, zoom out as much as you can until you can't tell what's going on anymore. Did he just invert the meaning of the message? Masterful. Remove the saturation filter. Okay. I mean, it didn't do anything here. Didn't do anything here either. Are you sure? It doesn't do anything there. Are you sure? Cake City is a good picture generator. And hello, Yova. Hope you're doing good, bro. Let me read some of your messages. I don't think devs should be focusing too much on release. I think most of they should focus on making the best game they can make, and people will receive it well if it's good. We'll hold you to it. Yeah, better colors go a long way. Proper textures would also make the game look better. So you guys don't know what's going wrong here? Can we move on? Can I move on, guys? It's 3.5 hours. I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from this is. Maybe my game does have good reading in terms of color. Maybe not. I'll just leave these open for now. But to me it looks like I'm on the right track. The left one is quite nice. Yeah, this is with the black and white filter. Alright. It's fine. Let's just continue here, okay? Thank you guys for the feedback on the YouTube React content. I will approve upon it, okay? I just love doing this stuff. I love talking about this stuff. And yeah, thank you very much for the honest feedback. And
Newton Morgan Gigabit.
did you tweak something? I just used the black and white filter, Codingry. I don't know what the black and white filter with default values does, but that's what I used. Cakez Prime just started streaming, so you may as well rate and stop since you're a cheap version of him. Sir, you are overstepping a boundary here. This is a warning for the future. Better yourself, or else you will undoubtedly, can't spell that, face repercussions. Of course I can't spell this. Face repercussions in German. Okay, consequences. I timed him out one time ago. He called me a cunt. I didn't like that. All right, guys, let's take a look at this. German. What did we achieve today? Absolutely nothing. Great. No, we did achieve the color stuff for the materials today. So we did get something done. Ah, shit, we have to get... I have acknowledged this warning. You will take into consideration into future messages. Ah, yeah. The meteor doesn't deal any damage. Let's see. Meteor. Cakes, maybe it was a typo instead of Kant. He meant the philosopher Immanuel Kant and actually wanted to be nice and you just went for toxic. No, he called me a cunt. He called me a cunt. Okay. It's supposed to deal AoE damage if the explosion timer is 0. Does that ever happen? Let's test. Oh, I didn't notice that all of these hits. Aha, so it's supposed to deal AoE damage. Target components is 1. 1 means bit 1, that could be component enemy. Stats, let's take a look at those. Values, do we have any values in the stats? 0 stats here. No, actually wrong. We should have fire damage. Okay. 60 fire damage. Okay. I wonder what deal AoE damage does then. It should go into the component enemy, which it does, and then it deals AoE damage here. And it will try to find targets to hit. Circular collide. Ah, I see. That's the issue. No, wait, the AoE circle. We don't have a radius. It doesn't use radius at all. Okay, that's where the problem happens. Good to know. So our ability doesn't have an AoE radius. Someone is at the door. Ist auch für dich was dabei, oder? Okay. Okay. I tested the black and white filter on both Photoshop and Photopea and it's broken in Photopea. Oh shit. Alright, okay, so it's broken there. Great. What was I working on? Yeah, so it looks like we don't have a radius, which is unfortunate. Looks like. Why is the AoE radius 0? Let's see where that's the AoE stat. Wait a minute, but I think I programmed this yesterday in the evening and I added an AoE stat to Meteor. No. No. Ah, we don't have. It's a range. It's not supposed to be. Hey. AoE. Let's give it an AoE radius of 100. And I mean, we can also give it a range, I guess. And maybe a radius of 32 would be better instead of 100. Then we can add another stat of stat attack range. Attack radius. That would be the range. I think the main takeaway from today is that you would eat your own dick if you could. Okay, bro. Cakes, negative reactor and fun sucker. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay? Yeah, I'll see you in a couple of months, okay? We'll see then. Alright. Now I need to change the text here. Meteor. Okay, I'll see you in a couple of years from now, you know, when I release my game. Just wait. Bitch. Just wait. I haven't given up, even after 3 years of going into this. I won't give up now. Okay? Have you guys ever seen me stop working on my game? Have you guys ever seen me, or maybe I shouldn't continue my game? Have you guys ever heard that one time out of my mouth? Have you guys heard that a single time? I will make a video of critiquing the game. Okay, then I can learn from it. Thanks, bro. Is Copium on sale? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay. Now, we changed the description for the Meteor. We now have AoE and an attack radius, which will mean it should, in theory, just work. Whoops. Let's see. It does deal damage now, guys. Nice. It works. This is cool. I'm starting to get the abilities back in the game again. Really love it. This is cool. Love you, really. My man, cheeseburgers. Appreciate it, bro. What a giga chat. There it is, guys. It's gonna get activated now. There it is. Oh, it doesn't deal much damage because it's only one. The radius is a bit small. Boom. Ah, now it works much better. It creates all of these. You see that? I think that works much better, right? Obviously, it doesn't have a sound, right? And the particles don't really have a color at the moment. This is the timed light, AoE radius. Now, I think I want to improve the radius for the Meteor. Instead of 32, I want to have 64. I want to have a big Meteor. Meteor is supposed to be an ability that you don't use very often. Those particles don't look dangerous enough. Looks like birthday celebration. They were actually red in the past. I just don't know what happened here. Wait, color palette 4 is orange, right? Let's open up a sprite. Color palette 4 is red. Okay, let's try red. Because it uses the color, right? Oh. Sounds, yeah. I still need to work on sounds. I have an issue where I try to play the same sounds 20-30 times, and I should only play the sound once if it's playing the same sound already. Now, my big issue with this system is that I don't know what or how to handle sounds properly, so we will have to read up about sound design in the future on how to handle that properly in games. Like, for example, in Bloons, I'm pretty sure the pop sound that you hear keeps getting restarted instead of starting 10 instances of the pop sound. I think. I could be wrong here. But I think at most it starts like 3 instances of the sound. And so I'll have to figure out how to properly do sound design in order for that to work properly. This is something that engines fix for you, but I noticed that Godot, for example, also plays just all of the sounds at once. If you have an impact effect that impacts 10 units at once, it would play all of the sounds at the same time. Which I don't think is the correct way to do this. Right, let's give him this and then wait for the game to run. He needs to get level up. I make each sound have a cooldown. Yeah, but like, okay, but let's say I hit this guy with a shield, and then a second later I hit him with this shield again. Like, boom, boom. You want to have each impact play the sound, don't you? I wonder if there's like some resources on the internet that we can read up where we can learn, you know, from someone that has made sound a short cooldown like 0.1 second. Otherwise it's too crazy. Okay guys, there it is. I mean, okay, I'm gonna keep saving until we reach. It's gonna take a while. It's like 1 second is like 10 seconds on this. We'll have to wait. Isn't there a property that whenever the sound ends gives you a boolean? Yeah. I mean, Berserk, you can also have a list of playing sounds. I mean, I have a list of playing sounds and I know where they are in the buffer. I can restart that list. I set maximum instances per sound and replace the oldest sounds if the maximum instances. But if you have a sound playing and you replace the... They are still white. Okay. Create emitter. Don't I emit particles? Don't I do anything with this? Game state emitters. Aha. I think it's this. This can be done on the GR. We go through all of the particles on here. Update particle emitters. Emit particles using the emitter. If we are supposed to emit a particle, we generate the radius, we get the direction, lifetime, add it to particles. Aha, but the particle has the color of the emitter. That's the important part, okay? And then when we update and draw the particles, particle color. Hä? It's white. Hey? Cakez, have you done more than 30 minutes of coding today? You must feel very good. Shut the fuck. It's so fucking toxic from Asian, man. Like, it's insane. You know, I'm engaging with the community, trying to, you know, learn something so we guys can have a nicer and better experience together. And all this guy has to say is, oh, Cakez, did you do any coding today? Oh, only 30 minutes? I'm so much superior than you. I did an hour of coding today. You're such an idiot, bro. Shut up! I was being wholesome? No, you were being demeaning. Because you were being like, basically what your message said was, oh, you do so little coding that an hour of coding is already good for you. I know exactly what you're trying to say. Yeah. Don't look at me that way. I know exactly what you're trying to do here. Don't even. I can read between the lines. It was toxic. Where's the lie? That's totally wrong. Okay, that's totally wrong. I try to do at least 2 to 3 hours of coding every day. And most of the times I do that. So you are wrong. Really wrong. Let's do that again. Poof. Wow, what a huge impact. Look at this. Hä? It gives... Huh? I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm a fucking stupid idiot. It uses the wrong emitter. What did I change here? Yeah? No. It was the wrong particle, guys. It was the wrong particle. It was supposed to be here. Ramis, you snagged that one under the radar. What did Ramis do? 0 minutes of J, by the way. I know that we didn't do J today. But see, this is what I try to do, or this is what I'm trying to talk about with, or what I'm trying to tell you guys is, I'm trying to make like a cool experience for all of us. And you know, sometimes just the timing that I would have in my head doesn't work out. We went like 1.5 hours into React, which is better than 2 hours. So I'm very happy about that. But unfortunately, then we went back, let's say, to the React and talked about the React. But I think that is necessary to come up with like a better streaming quality overall, better quality for you guys, and more like feedback from me. So yeah, while today might seem like an L, I think it's a huge W in the future. You know what it would be a cool experience for us? Jay. Stop demanding stuff, okay? You're too demanding. Oh, there it is. You see that, guys? Guys. Watch this. I have an idea. And by the way, create emitter of type. We can create a static list of emitters where we can have particle types, and when we just index into those emitters, we don't need to have this function here. That is the next step. Just like a JSON format. Watch this. It's probably too much. You know, I think it's probably too much. But what if it has bloom? Pause champ. It makes it glow. It actually makes it glow. Like a tiny bit. You see that? Looks good. I didn't think... It actually looks good. Yeah. That's not too much. I thought it would be more. That's actually really good. Boom. I think though that... no, actually I think that's good enough. Looks like Hiroshima. Okay, bro. It's that's a bit much. The fire should not blend that much. These explosions blend because otherwise I think they take away too much. I think they take away too much what do you call that? They draw too much attention otherwise. I think the projectile is a bit small. Well, you have to realize that this is slow and the projectile is just fast. And you don't notice it at all. Maybe the circle though is a bit big. And maybe 64 is a bit much. However, I think I'm gonna keep it at this first because this is one of the end game attacks. You know, well, maybe the fire damage is a bit low for this. Maybe it should be like 200 or something. I feel like the damage is a bit low. It feels kinda OP. It's supposed to be OP because it's supposed to be like an end game thing. So I think it's fine. But the fire damage, I think, should have a better base, like 140 or something. How about that? The pixel art seems inconsistent. Are they made by different artists? What do you mean exactly by inconsistent? Mint? What do you mean? Gameplay versus UI. I think the UI fits. That's 190. Oh yeah, it also, like the Meteor, not only does fire damage, but it also does your weapon's physical damage as damage. So I would have to take that into account as well. Here's a big question, guys. So right now, these abilities work almost like in Path of Exile. If I have a list of stats on my unit, and I have, let's say, my weapon deals 50 physical damage, and then I use an ability that deals 100 fire damage. I calculate the stats from my unit together with the stats for the ability, and that creates an ability that deals 50 physical damage and 100 fire damage. So it basically adds those two stats together and deals that as damage. And so, for example, that's why you see the Meteor not doing 150 damage, but you're seeing the Meteor doing 190 damage because the base physical damage of this guy is 40. You see that? So I basically have an ability that adds fire damage on top of my damage instead of replacing my weapon damage with the fire damage. That's why the ability says plus fire damage. Now the question becomes, should I keep it that way? The amount of detail in color feels different for each pixel element. Characters feel really different from the trees, for example. But that's the idea. UI icons look different too. Top UI icons. Top UI icons, you mean those? What do you mean different in what way? Ooh, we got a golden. Ooh, we got a golden one. Really cool. Awesome. I mean, you should add scaling factor for damage. Let's say skill is magic 1, so it should not be affected much by physical stats. That it is true. The fire damage will only be affected by increases to fire damage or elemental damage. I have stats that reflect fire damage plus. Like, for example, I'll show you. Oh, wow, that looked really cool. Wow, that looked really cool. So, for example, right, this guy is gonna get a level up soon. If we give him... Oops. If we give him another point here on the skill tree, and that point is connected to the Meteor, and we turn that into a, let's say, fire point, right? Save that. And then we can say here, I would like this point to be affecting fire damage, and I want to increase my overall fire damage by 20%. Now, this stat will affect my fire damage, but it will not affect any ability that deals physical damage. Is this a dev tool, or can users modify skills like this? The idea in the future is that users will be able to affect this and create their own mods. But at the moment, this is just for me. But the idea later is users will be able to add skill trees however they want to. And then I will have to think about how that is being managed. Yeah, I would love the abilities to give users whatever they want to do. Sure. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm building that with that in mind, but it's not a priority. Does the tooltip change, or is it visible after calculation? So it is visible. So for example, if I save that now, we need to get another skill point, right? But right now we have 150 plus 160. That is also displayed here. This guy needs to get a level up first. Let's wait. There we go. Okay, we got another skill point. So 150, 150, 160. Doesn't update here. But it should update down here. It doesn't. It doesn't update in the tooltip. But it dealt more damage. I think I had this in the past, that it would update in the tooltip. But now it doesn't anymore. Maybe that's just a bug on my part, but I think it should. Okay, here's when we can select a new hero. Let's unlock this guy. Yeah, I think it should update in the tooltip. Because my skill tree gives me 20% fire damage, right? What are the most popular indie games genres these days? I think like survivors, like, yeah. I don't know yet whether I want to keep it, whether I want to add it yet or not. But yeah, essentially, that's the idea of these abilities. And so right now, I just want to test. So for example, here's something I wanted to add or change. You see the healer dealing physical damage. And you can see that because the damage numbers are gray from the healer. It's 35, the 35 you see here. What I wanted to do is give the healer, instead of physical damage, I want to give her lightning damage. Now, instead of physical, she deals base lightning damage because she is a lightning damage. She has a lightning damage kit to her. Survivors replaced platformer as first newbie project. Yep. Yeah, like I think so, yeah. Survivors clone is the best thing to do. Now, she doesn't get affected by this. I would have to effectively... Yeah, you see that? Lightning damage now. She deals lightning damage. And they seem to have a little bit of... Oh, it's the sound issue again, man. I hate that. Ah, it's like those sound issues, bro. We have to fix that soon, guys. Wait a minute. I see it's not connected directly and therefore it doesn't work, huh?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, I see. It's the tier 2 ability, isn't it? Yep. Tier 0 would work. Then we don't even have to connect it. Yeah, then we can use it. Thank you very much for following, Brain Farmer. Good morning. Good morning, Pikachu. Hey, my man. Good. Hope you're doing good, bro. How is your project coming along? Are you still working on your 2D game? The Vampire Survivors clone? Anyways. Yeah. So, what I want to debug now is the healer. Actually, I think I can already do this with this guy. All I need to do is go in here and change this skill from Meteor to Chain Lighting. This does 110 lightning damage and chains 1 time. Now, the visuals are going to be fucked up, but I want to see if the... I think it chains too much. How much energy does it need? Should probably get rid of the energy costs. So... let's see here. Chain lightning. Over here. Let's get rid of the energy cost and give it a cooldown of 10 seconds. Or let's say, like, yeah, let's give it a cooldown of 10 seconds. I think it's easier. There you go. That was a lot of damage. Maybe we need to give it a range too. I mean, it has kind of abysmal range, but I'm also using it on the wrong target. This target has absolutely no range. The damage is interesting to me. How much does this damage... is this damage now? It does 185. Yeah, but they're all stacked together. It's difficult to see. Shit. Oh shit. Come on. Come on. Kill them. It's fine. It's fine. We have -5 lives. All right, let's see. Okay. You know what? I want this cooldown to be a bit lower so we can debug this a bit better. Let's turn this to 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I can't really see. It looks like it chains one time, right? So the chains seem to be correct. It does damage on 2 targets. I did hear that devs are not good at their own games. No, I don't think so, bro. It looks like chain lighting works, but I guess the next thing we have to do is work on the rendering aspect of it. Because it's supposed to use like a repeating texture. Which means we have to somehow clamp that in the renderer. So essentially I don't have repeat, right? It has a bunch of ifs here in the shader. Which I know it's not good. We have texture coordinates, right? What we would need here is a size for the sprite. Do I still have the fragment shader? I think it's called opaque.frag, right? This has repeat somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Perler noise, ambient color, color grading, circle, glowing box, glowing ring, Perler noise, progress bar, repeat. I see. Cakez, why the minus in front of the heart icon? The minus is because there's a bug with the level behaving incorrectly when losing. I don't have a lose condition in the game currently because I removed it in favor of getting rid of some state values that I didn't want to have. It's like a little bit complicated. But essentially, to clean up the code, I had to introduce this bug. I'll fix that off stream. It's literally just a bug at the moment. So we need texture coordinates, and then we need an atlas offset. Rendering option repeat. What is atlas offset? Okay, so we need that atlas offset in the texture coordinates. Cancel out the y offset. Texture coordinates. And then the scale factor. I wonder what that means. If we scale something? Oh god, what is that? That was so bad. I didn't have... Oh, the scale factor is probably like the game that I had. That was so bad back then. And then I modulo the texture coordinates by the sprite size. And the sprite size is something I supply to the fragment shader. So, guys, I have a question, a general question about shaders and OpenGL. If you supply more data here, more input, is that bad? Like, is it more data throughput and therefore it is slower? Is that how it works? Or is it fine if I have a lot of data here? I mean, I will still do it, but yeah. What do we have here even? We have materials. We have transforms, right? What do we have in the vertex shader? We have transforms. That's in the shader header. A transform has an atlas offset and a sprite size. That's perfect. because then we can supply that from the vertex shader. Layout location is 6. Out vector 2. Sprite size. Why is there so many? Okay, it's odd. We can say sprite size is transform dot sprite size. Then in the fragment shader we can get that. We can read that. Whoopsie. That is an in value. And then we can check for repeating. And I think we have everything we need. Well, you pass more data, so in my opinion the bottleneck is tighter. And I think we need an atlas offset, unfortunately, as well, right? We have texture coordinates. These will be, I think, stretched or something. Texture coordinates. We have the world position. This is the world position of the... Wait a minute, I'm a bit confused right now. Well, you pass more data, so in my opinion the bottleneck is tighter. Yeah, that's what I think happens too. Let me think here. So in this shader, what we pass in is the sprite size, the atlas offset, and then some scale factor. And in order to repeat, we get the texture coordinates. We remove the atlas offset. So now we have a value between 0 and, let's say, 16 on Y. Then we scale that value for whatever reason, because we have like some scale factor. We don't have that in our game. And then we modulo the texture coordinates to repeat again. Now, what I think I have to do is... Na, alles gut, später. Danke. I don't think we can use the texture coordinates because they will always go from 0 to 16. What I think we need to do is... if we want to repeat that, I have a world position and I have a start position. That's bad. Wait, we have atlas offset. We need to get the scaling factor. That's, I think, what it is. The scaling factor is dependent on the camera, I think. Goodness. So basically it just takes... The modulo doesn't work for us because I'm stretching the texture and it looks weird. Oh, I'm doing it on the CPU. I'm not doing it on the GPU. I'm doing it on the CPU. I get a crash on exit with all my programs on my Surface, but not on my desktop. It's release as well as debug. Address sanitizer is not showing anything. It crashes in Square. No, it's SCRT common main SAH, which calls the main function apparently. Everything is the same except that I have Windows 11 and my desktop here I have Windows 10. I have rebuilt my 2 libraries on the Surface already. Any idea? What does the crash say? What does the error message say? Does it say Stack Overflow? Does it say access violation? Cakez, you wanna fight, sir? Oh, come on, come on. Come on! Huh? Boom! The mother of my wife's here, okay? I have to be careful. It looks like I tried to do it. Let's see. So maybe we don't need this yet. Because it's trying to create a bunch of things. Sprite size. Maybe it is in the rendering interface. Repeat. Wait. Update. And draw. Oh my god. Update and draw laser effects. It gets these between the two. Laser effect, yeah. Gets the sprite. Animates the sprite. Draws a line using the sprite using rendering option repeat. Draw a line. Okay. That's quite a few line drawings that we can do here. But I think it uses this. Right now it just gets one transform. It looks like. I wonder why it looks so weird then. How about we don't do the angle? Oh my god, can you stop? Stop it, man. The Schwieger monster. It's not the Schwieger monster, bro. Right, it says a breakpoint instruction, debug break statement, or a similar call was executed in the Q engine. It's slightly different in a release build. Debug break statement was executed. So that looks like one of your assertions hit. It says rebuild libraries or heap corruption. Or in the release build. Do you have a debug break somewhere in that? It's not my assertion or breakpoint. Rebuild libraries or heap corruption. That's what the error is named? Really? Interesting. I've never encountered that. I don't know, man. You get a crash, release, and debug. File write violation? You mean starting the program as administrator? Can you even do that on a... Is that even possible to do that on a surface? All right, let's see here. How does that look? It's odd that it creates all of these weird looking quads. You know what? I just want to quickly make the game smaller so we can see better and I can debug better. Let's see here. I see that it may come from D3, D2, D1 debug. Come on. Okay, so it's gonna draw a line. That's what it looks like. And it seems to draw, how many laser effects do we have? 2. It seems to draw 2 lines. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to figure out why the line looks like this. Essentially, I can't edit the video right now, but it looks completely destroyed. And so the sprite we are talking about is at 672 and 448 in the atlas. 448. Yeah, it is essentially this. I see. This is actually the sprite. It's inverted though. That's interesting. And then it's supposed to... It just draws the transform without animating it, it looks like. Or are you animating it here? It animates the sprite. Here. I guess that's draw line, huh? The draw data has an animation index of 0. And it is never animated, it looks like. Because the laser effect... Let's see. LE. What do we have here? We have a duration, loop duration. Ah, I see. That's another one of these issues where the duration is shorter than the loop duration, huh? And over here we have a duration of 1 second. So what I want to do here is use the loop duration. And it looks like it always takes away from the duration, right? Minus equals. What the fuck is that? What am I doing here? Why is this so inverted? That's so bad. Goodness, a fraction loop duration? Like, what the fuck? Hey, Dev Sputters. Hello there. Thank you so much for raiding. Good morning. Yep. Float T is fmod using fmod f, I guess, the laser effects timer with the laser effects loop duration. Right? And then we animate using that T, using the frame count and that stupid loop duration. There you go. Hello, good morning, guys. How are you doing? Hope you had a good stream, Dev Sponges. Maybe I can pick your brain for some input about games and having a second chance when your game is released to still make a successful game. So earlier today we were watching how Steam works and you know how Steam promotes games to users, and we were arguing about whether your release is mostly the only option to advertise your game to your audience. And after the release, it's more or less like... basically, the assumption is that the release is the only like option to... You get one shot and that's it, essentially. And I disagree, because you still have other possibilities to market your game past the release using discounts and updates, and together with marketing in general to like get a bunch of players interested in the game from that point onward. And that not only the release is there to help you promote your game, but updates in general as well. That's the idea. Alright guys, let's see what this looks like. If the game didn't tilt off the first off in the first week, it's dead in the water. I had a flop, I uploaded half a year every day, didn't help. I updated for half a year every day. You sure? It's not animating them. I don't understand this. It's not animating this at all. Why is it not animating this? But how do you explain games then that start slow and gain traction over time? I don't understand that. Like, for example, how do you explain a game like Vampire Survivors? Give an example. It started with like 2 players. And then it just gained traction. Like, not over a week, but like it took 1 or 2 months to gain traction. Like, really big traction. Right? So how do you explain that? Why is the banana game on the second most played games on Steam? It's a scam. Viral hit, that's like winning a lottery. Okay, I agree. But you said that a game that doesn't do well in the first week will never do well. So essentially you're saying is what that tells me is a game cannot get better. And then people will like the game. Which I find odd. Maybe there are some games that you can't like make good enough so that people like them. But what if you manage to make your game really good? Like you fix the mistakes that people don't like about the game. Like basically like everything. I do believe that people had tried it when it wasn't good. Won't come back. Well, I do believe that people that tried it when it wasn't good won't come back. I see. But I think success equals quality of the product multiplied by marketing effort. If it either is low, you can't get a good result. But can't you make the quality of the product better? I mean, why should they come back when they have so many other games to give a chance to? Because word spread that the game is getting better. Like, I think that happened to No Man's Sky. Okay, 10 fuck. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. We get the point. Yeah. Well, No Man's Sky had quite a lot of visibility. Yeah, but people hated it. And the public reception was that it's bad. But now the public reception is that they kept on upgrading the game. And it's a more positive reception, making people come back to it. Well, No Man's Sky, I think it's just because people expected it to be a huge clusterfuck and it was way bigger than many games that release. Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of attention on it, of course, yeah. True. If you get public reception at larger quantities, you made it anyways. Yeah, I guess the public reception made it be talked about. And in general, your small game doesn't get talked about, right? Ignore and follow on. People just ignore and follow on. Mm-hmm. And what about Among Us then? Even games with overwhelmingly negative reception who have 100,000 reviews is a wild success still. Yeah, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about basically low player numbers in the beginning. And you realize that and then you try to make it better. But maybe it's just the concept of the game doesn't work out. I don't know. Like, I think that's too like negative. I think that's too like you give all of the power to one thing and basically saying that it's just luck. Which I like, maybe I'll change my stance on that in the future, but I just don't agree. Maybe if a game doesn't have a good reach at start, when it's not that good, then you still have a bunch of first-time players left for when it's improved, yeah. So like, I see that more, yeah. Because if your game doesn't get much reception at the start, that doesn't mean that means you just didn't reach a lot of people yet as well, right? Unless you do reach a lot of people and they just all think that it's bad collectively, and then you have already exhausted a huge portion of what you could reach. Maybe that's more difficult. If there's a good game that has few players, nobody knows about it, which means it failed anyway. But I've never seen that. Like, give me a good game that has few players and failed. See, like, I would agree with this, but I just don't see one. Usually what I see is games are not good, and that's why they have not many players. It's a paradox. I don't know about good games that don't have players. You don't know about those because not viral? Paladins? Shit, I don't have much time, but I can take a look at Paladins really quickly. Okay. Because if you knew you would play it. Paladins is so bad. Paladin Steam? What are you talking about, man? This has 300,000 reviews. What are you talking about? We're talking about small games that no one plays, not a game that has 300,000 reviews, bro. I don't care it has mixed reviews now. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the game that has, like, say, 5, 10, 20 reviews that no one plays. That's actually a good game. You can't say this game that has 300,000 reviews. That's nothing next to 8 billion. Fucking hell, man. What is this guy talking? All right. I mean, yes. No. God damn it. All right. I mean, guys, yeah. We gotta talk to each other more, okay? We're gonna have a conversation here, argumentare, but I'm talking about small games, okay? Yeah? Small games. Small games. Please animate. Huh? Oh. It does work, but it's not shown here. Huh. Maybe draw line doesn't take the animation index into account. Are you not taking that into account? It is 600, okay. Huh? Huh? How does it not have, huh? It's gone already, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. That's where the issue is. I'm not supplying the animation index. I'm calculating it, but I'm not supplying it. Okay, guys, we fixed the problem really quickly. That was really... Uh-oh. 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 Pushing out updates every day is a mistake, by the way. Players who respond better to larger, more spaced out updates. Even better if the update has slight theme to it. That's our experience, at least. Yeah, guys, for those of you who want to know, Ramis is the one that worked on... I didn't know that, but on... Galactic, Shut. Deep Rock Galactic. The Survivors game. 13,000 lines? Yep. It's all in one file, bro. Because I reload that. Cake Bash has 243 reviews. Is that much? Cake Bash? 243 is decent. It's not perfect, but it's decent. So, for example, Pirate Software often uses his first game as a reference, and I think it doesn't even have 100 reviews, which is Champions of Breakfast. But he says it's a terrible game, right? He had a lot of marketing for the game, or not a lot of marketing, but right now he has, right? Let's see. Cake Bash Steam. I don't have. Fuck, man. Very positive, 90%. Let's see, 6 hours, 30 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour, 6 hours, 11 hours, 5 hours. These hires some number. Not enough content. And then price. Wow, okay. That's a high price. Whoops. Okay. Not enough content, which is a shame. You have seen absolutely everything in the game. The shame the game is fun, but after 1 or 2 games you have everything. You have seen everything. There are about 15 minigames in total, but most of them are locked, so you have to play the same 8 minigames over and over again. So repetitive. I don't know. Seems like this is repetitive, bro. Might be wrong here, but works best with a controller. Okay. Give me a second. I think a metric to take into account what the total theoretical success of a game can have, for example, can make a world's best game for some type, but if you more actually wanted to play it, then it would not matter. Guys, I have to go, unfortunately. I have to work now. I'm gonna get a call in a second. So I'm sorry, guys. We'll have to talk about this tomorrow. It's interesting. I think if a game is not a good game, then it will not receive the attention that you want it to have. I think a game that's good will receive the attention that it deserves. I've not seen so far, I've not seen a good game that is like unknown. Like if a game is good, then it should rise to the top, or not to the top, but get that reception. Anyways, let me see here. We gotta check out who we can rate. Yeah, I gotta work now, guys. I'm sorry, but I'll send you over to Mr. Camp. I generally agree with you, but yeah, we can further this discussion another time, right? Battle Realms was good, and I doubt you know it. Well, you can say that again tomorrow, okay? We can talk about it further tomorrow. Why not? Guys, see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great day, everyone. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for following, for subscribing, for donating, whatever. Right? Thank you guys. I appreciate it very much. See you tomorrow. Have a great day. Peace. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. I know Inukai on YouTube. You have a great day too, brother. See you tomorrow.